Good morning. I will call to order the February 28th, 2023 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Supervisor Nelson?
Here.
Supervisor Lavanino?
Here.
Supervisor Hartman?
Here.
Supervisor Capps?
Here.
And Chair Williams.
Here. At this time, please stand and join me in pledging allegiance to our flag. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Next item of business is the approval of the minutes from the February 14th meeting. Is there a motion?
Move approval?
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Is there a CEO report?
Good morning, Chair and Board members. Just a quick announcement of an event coming up in the spring, and has to do with infant and child care seat safety from our fire department. The Santa Barbara County Fire Department recently partnered with Santa Barbara Cottage Hospital to host a free infant and child care inspection and installation event at Fire Station 11 in Goleta. 37 vehicles had their car seats inspected. The trained car seat technicians found that 100% of the car seats were installed incorrectly. Each car seat was then correctly reinstalled, and 2 car seats were replaced, one being expired. The fire department is planning another event for this spring. You can also schedule an appointment for a car seat check by calling the Santa Barbara County Fire Department car seat technician who's closest to you, and you can reach that person by getting information from visiting the Santa Barbara County Fire website or by calling 805-681-5500, 681-5500. And that concludes my reports.
Thank you, Madam CEO. That car seats are not a no-brainer. They're very technical these days. Get help from professionals. I did it at Montecito Fire Station. They were very nice, Chief. Okay, Madam Clerk, are there any announcements or changes to our agenda today?
Chair Williams and members of the board, I do have a few quick announcements this morning. We received a request to clarify that the term ending date should be 12/31/2027 for administrative item 43, and that administrative item 47 is the appointment of an alternate. We posted an addendum on Friday, February 24th, amending today's administrative agenda and departmental agenda. The addendum included the following: an amendment to administrative item 37 from the Social Services Department regarding state funding for Farm Worker Resource Center. The addition of administrative items 50 through 54 as follows. Administrative item 50 from the County Executive Office regarding an amendment to the 2023 Board of Supervisors schedule. Administrative item 51 from the County Executive Office regarding a LAFCO appointment. Administrative item 52 from the County Executive Office regarding the re-ratification of a proclamation of local emergency caused by the January 2023 storm. Administrative item 53 from the Public Health Department regarding an amendment to the maximum healthcare staffing agreement, and administrative item 54 from the Public Works Department regarding the construction and maintenance agreement with Union Pacific for Lookout Park. These changes can be added to the balance of the administrative agenda. Departmental item number 2 has been amended to hear the second reading on March 14th, 2023, and the addition of departmental item number 4 from the General Services Department regarding the establishment of Dignity Hope's Move Village program. Administrative item 16 is from the County Executive Office. It is to consider recommendations regarding the appointment of the County of Santa Barbara General Services Director. Government Code Section 45953, Subdivision C3 of the Brown Act requires that a legislative body orally report the summary of a recommendation for a final action on salary schedule, or compensation paid in the form of fringe benefits of any local agency executive as defined in the Government Code Section 3511.1 Subdivision D during an open meeting in which the final action is taken. During administrative item number 16, the board is agendized to consider the appointment of the General Services Director with a biweekly pay rate of approximately $8,600 plus other benefits consistent with those received by the Santa Barbara County Department heads, effective March 6, 2023. For the Board of Supervisors, methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment virtually may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. If you are using a touch-tone phone, you may need to press star 6 to unmute yourself. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at 805-568-2240. That concludes my announcements for today.
I have pulled by the board A9 and pulled by the public A30, A36, and A37. Is there any items, further items that the board wishes to pull?
A1.
A1. Okay, let's start with A1. First, in case there's someone waiting for another item, can I get a motion on the balance of the agenda? Just in case people are wondering why I do that, it's because we have a lot of county staff, top-level staff that sit here, and I want them to be able to get back to their tasks if their items were not pulled.
I'm going to go ahead and pull A22 as well.
Okay? Can I get a motion on the balance of the agenda, which means everything except A1, A9, A22, A30, A36, and A37?
Supervisor Lavin, you don't move those items?
And that's those corrections from the clerk.
That's right.
So I'll second that.
Good catch, Bob. There's a motion and a second. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, A1.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item 1 is from the Auditor Controller's Office. It is to consider recommendations regarding the County of Santa Barbara's annual comprehensive financial report and popular annual financial report for fiscal year ended June 30th, 2022.
Yeah, I only pulled this item to congratulate the Auditor Controller's Office. It says the popular financial highlights. I think it is very popular. It's it's one of my favorite things that comes out every year. And again, just a huge congratulations to that office for putting this together. It's something that I use when I go to public speaking, if I'm talking to a service group or something in town. Gives us a lot of really cool facts and factoids, and kind of looks like a USA Today with all the colorful charts and very easy to read, detailed descriptions of what actually the county does. So I just wanted to thank Betsy and her whole crew. Another outstanding job. Looks great.
You don't need a separate vote on this, however. Great, thank you. Is there any public comment on A1?
Chair Williams, I had a comment.
Sure. Supervisor Hartman?
That is, are we getting a hard copy this year? I haven't seen it yet.
We will inquire of the auditor. She usually does print some hard copies. and we can-
Right, we all rely on it, and so I hope we're getting it. Thank you.
Okay,
Chair Williams, I'm sorry to interrupt. I just want to make sure I pulled A9.
Yes.
Okay, all set. Thank you.
that's next. So
Great.
let's hear A9.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item 9 is from the Community Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding professional services contract for Goleta Beach Pier structural inspection. This item is located within the 2nd District.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you, Chair Williams. I just wanted to highlight this item because there's so much interest. Goleta Beach is sacred ground here, and the fact that the pier is being structurally examined is important. But I also just thought Mr. Lindgren, if he could give an update on the entire restoration of Goleta Pier, given the storms recently and the intense and appreciated community interest in it. Thank you, Mr. Lindgren, for coming.
Chair Williams, Supervisor Capps, good morning, Supervisors. Just real quickly, the January storms did wreak some havoc on Goleta Beach, including changes to the sand, the revetment, and the Goleta Pier. So following the storms, we have had the pier assessed. We have noticed that there are a couple of things missing, a couple of the pilings and a couple of the cross members. So we'll be completing that assessment here pretty soon. We should have a engineering report from Bengal Engineering in the middle of the month, towards the end of the month. And after that, we will begin reparations for the pier. I brought Jill Van Wee, our capital and grants manager, with me today because she has in-depth knowledge on the projects we're going to be working on to help restore a lot of Goleta Beach. So I'll have her share a little bit of that with you this morning.
Good morning, Supervisor Capps to the chair. Nice to see everybody. What's interesting is from previous storms, we had some restoration planned mainly for the lawn area, but we were waiting for SoCal Gas to remove an old abandoned gas line. They completed that phase in December 2022. So while we were planning on starting in March, essentially, to do the lawn restoration area, that was a little bit put on hold. So as soon as the work is done out there, we'll start on the lawn restoration. It might impact the summer a little bit, but we will try to do what we can to make sure people have access to a play area, whether it's temporary, but we will get those restorations going. The pier, we will assess if we can open it to foot traffic while we're before we make some repairs, but those should be able to be completed before summertime. And then there's parking lots that we have to deal with, but we will incrementally restore those as well. So hopefully within, I would say, a year and a half, aggressively, we should be able to restore a lot of the damage to Goleta Beach that's happened over the last 5 or 6 years. And I do want to mention that as far as adaptive planning, we have done some things along the way. So for example, SoCal Gas has removed their abandoned gas line. We're trying to analyze the major utilities and infrastructure so it's not so impacted by climate change, essentially, or sea level rise. So we were able to, with the restaurant, remove one of the lift stations and actually make a hard sewer line connection, which will help. We're just trying to do what we can with the infrastructure to make it easier for us in the future. And the restaurant did receive some substantial damage, so that might not open until the summertime as well, but we're on it. Yeah. Thanks.
Thanks for the update, Ms. Moody. So just on the structural assessment and potential for pedestrian, that will be done in the next
few weeks.
And
if we can
okay.
open it to pedestrians, we will cordon off. I know there are some piles that were missing. You can definitely see them, and some cross bracing. So we'll protect what we can in place and cone those sections off if we can. And then once we start construction, we might have to close that pier off temporarily while we place those piles and some cross bracings. But
Thank you. Yeah. And thanks to you both in your department for being so responsive. We have received my office has received many questions about this, and you've answered them very thoroughly. And I appreciate that because people really want to know timelines and want to know when they can enjoy that beach again.
absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Williams.
Thank you for highlighting that Goleta Beach continues to be beloved by many people, even those that no longer live in Goleta. We have A30, and you don't need that for a separate vote, do you? No. A30? Or A22?
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item 22 is from the Human Resources Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding policies affecting terms and conditions of employment.
So, sorry for the late poll on this one, but I have a couple questions about the hybrid remote work policy. Do we have anybody from HR? Yeah, so I'm a fan of hybrid work options, but at the same time, I also want to make sure that the accountability pieces are in place. Are we providing training for supervisors of those people that are on hybrid work assignments, specifically because I want to make sure that we're giving not only the employees the tools necessary to be successful in a hybrid work environment, but also the supervision side, because it's not easy to supervise people that are on a hybrid schedule. So I just want to better understand what we're doing and if there's more we can do to make sure that we're, keeping accountability on top of things.
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, the policy came for revision today primarily concerning the presence of out-of-state employees. I can speak to this somewhat. I know there are trainings as part of the policy for those who will be working remotely, ergonomics and things like that. I do believe my colleague June Mahdi in Organizational Talent and Development has training developed in how to supervise, a hybrid workforce. I can't speak to the details of it really. It's a little outside my area of expertise, and my role in staffing. The issue today was primarily around the out-of-state issue and the labor issues involved in that.
So I'd be really interested in making that a mandatory requirement if you're going to have supervised employees on a hybrid work model, that's something that we looked at as something to make sure that that's done appropriately. The other concern that I hear from the public often is, employees that have an outward-facing relationship with customers, that they're not easily to be found when they're on a hybrid work environment. And what are we doing to make sure that they are accountable and present for their interactions with the public that they serve?
Supervisor Nelson, through the chair, understood. Staff who work remotely also need to be accessible to the public. We understand.
Okay. Well, again, I don't think you need a separate vote. I'm okay. I know this is our third or second revision on a policy that goes back to 2011, but I guess it's more of just a conversation and making sure that we're looking at this maybe for provincially new revisions in the future as we look at this policy. It's obviously a work in progress as technology changes as well. I just want to make sure that we're staying ahead of the curve. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you, Supervisor. A30? And just as a matter of practice, if folks didn't ask for a separate vote, I think if your item was discussed but not asked for a separate vote, I think you can go.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item 30 is from the Public Works Department, Board of Directors, Flood Control, and Water Conservation District. It is to consider recommendations regarding Buena Vista Debris Basin Final Mitigation Negative Declaration. This project is located within the 1st District. And via Zoom, we have Debbie and Peter Moore.
Debbie? Can you hear us? Debbie Moore?
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can. Please proceed.
Hello? I'm not sure if I'm being heard.
We can hear you.
I just raised my hand.
Please proceed, Debbie. We can hear you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I think you're getting the thumb. Somebody needs to speak.
Do you want to
Yes.
speak?
No, you.
Hi, if you can hear me, wave your hand. Make sure that I'm being heard. Sorry. We're in Barcelona. This is Debbie Moore. Peter and I are the homeowners of 915 Park Lane. We're the proposed Buena Vista debris basin that is on the agenda today that we're discussing. And we just wanted to make our comments as we did in the earlier meeting in October about the work that's being proposed for the area. We purchased our home a little over 2 years ago. We understand that the FEMA application and this project has been in process of some sort for probably about a little over 4 years now. And we, purchased the home unknowing that the basin, the proposal for the basin was on our property. We understand that that's not the county's issue. However, we are very anxious to get resolution and a decision on the outcome of whether or not this basin is going to take place, and if so, how our property is going to be handled or administered in this process. So we're here, my husband and I, just to ask the Honorable Board of Supervisors to give us a very swift decision on how this will move forward because we've got plans for a remodel that we've been working on and have invested in that we can't move forward with until we know what's happening with this debris basin, as well as from what I understand, this is sort of an unprecedented amount of time to kind of make a decision on one sort of constituent's property here in Montecito. The debris basin is going to take up nearly a half an acre of property with what is happening above ground as well as subterranean. And that will have a big impact on the property value. And so for us to get a swift resolution on what is happening and how our property will be handled is really important. So we appreciate your decision. We appreciate your thoughtfulness in this and look forward to a swift decision.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. If staff wishes to say anything, they can come on up, but I'll just say that I've been involved with staff on this, and they have, from my perspective, taken the suggestions that you've had very seriously, some of which can be thought about at this juncture, and some would require this next step in order to fully entertain. I'm seeing nodding heads that I'm describing the situation accurately from our flood control staff. We appreciate your engagement. We think it's very unfortunate that the seller of the property did not disclose to you that this was going on there, and I would be just as shocked as you are if I bought a house and realized there was going to be a debris basin on my property. But this is something that the community desperately needs and has needed for some time. And after the tragedy of the 1-9 debris flow, we resolved to make progress in this area for the protection of your neighbors. Don't need a separate vote for that, so let's go on to A36.
Chair Williams, we do have one additional request to speak. I believe
On
Ann,
A30?
yes.
Great.
Ann Sherdial.
Ann?
Hi, I apologize. I'm with Ecor Consulting. We prepared the MND for the project, and I was just on in case there was any questions.
Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm.
Any questions, comments from the board? A36.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item 36 is from the Public Works Department, Board of Directors, Flood Control and Water Conservation District. It is to consider recommendations regarding Village Square subdivision. This project is located within the 4th district. And we will begin via Zoom with Emily Myers. Ms. Myers, you've been unmuted on our end.
Sorry, technical difficulties. Yeah, I'm just here to speak on the Village Square project, to just our concerns on it so far. At least I live on Main Street in Los Alamos. Directly across from where the Village Square is going to be going in. And just from day one on the project, it's just been very, very clear to us from Village Square that their preparations for this project that seemed to happen well over a decade ago have not been really looked at again, or their care in the project hasn't been reviewed again, and it just seems like it's something that they're looking to push forward without really taking into account how it's going to affect Los Alamos as a whole. and not only just speaking for, I know I'm very directly affected by it because it's across the street from my property, but the entire town is going to be affected very much by this this project going in, not only for water, but for things like traffic, potentially flooding issues, and the concerns of that. There haven't been addressing those past the point of saying that they have the permits in place, dismissing our arguments, dismissing our cases, and dismissing our worries about it and at meetings that we've had in the past. And that's pretty much what I've got to say.
Next, via Zoom, we have Kim Schreiner.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Yes, I would. This is Kim Schreiner. We actually are kind of at ground zero. We own a home at 390 Den Street, the convergence of Den Street and Shaw Street. So the Village Square project is right smack in front of us. My father is a native of Santa Maria, and we've had the home there for over 50 years. It is, I echo Emily's concern about the rapidity with which this is being pushed through. There was an initial environmental study, I believe it was done in 2005, which is at that time there were some ecological issues with some of the endangered species that inhabit that part of the area. But that was the last report that we know of. And so I think that when you go on a project where there's an environmental impact study that was done many, many years ago, especially in light of the significant climate changes that we're now seeing, that I think that it would be prudent to probably pursue, at the very minimum, another environmental study in terms of flooding, water drainage, environmental impact, and so forth in this area. And I understand that we need to have housing for folks, and that that's an important consideration for all counties. But I would encourage the board to consider the flood risk that there would be in building a large number of homes in this area, at least for right now. It seems like this is an opportunity to look at these things prospectively rather than retrospectively when we've had significant damage, in addition to the impact that this would have on the town itself. Thank you very much.
Seth Steiner, to be followed by Heather Peck.
Yes. Good morning, Chair and Board. Can I be heard?
Yes, Mr. Steiner.
Hello? Yes, I can.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you. I had some microphone difficulty. Since the EIR of 2005, conditions have changed materially. A supplemental EIR is needed before the Village Square project may properly proceed. Environmental impacts are likely to be significant, and some have not yet been made public or mitigated. 18 years ago, when the report was first written.
Mr. Steiner,
Yes.
Can you maybe speak up? There's something very strange about your sound. We can barely hear it. So please proceed.
I'll try, yes. Thank you. Environmental impacts are likely to be significant. Is that better?
A bit, just maybe take it slow so we can
right.
understand what you're saying.
All right, thank you. I'll start at the top. I don't have a lot to say. Since the EIR of 2005, conditions have changed materially. Environmental impacts are likely to be significant, and some have not yet been made public or mitigated. 18 years ago, when the report was written, the phrase atmospheric rivers was not in our vocabulary. Now, Montecito and many county roads have seen the destructive effects of this phenomenon, and these results are likely to become more frequent and widespread over time. The prospects of flood damage due to the Village Square proposal and the ensuing loss of life and property in succeeding decades now were not accounted for in the original EIR. Public safety is in your hands, and I ask you to avoid county responsibility for mud flow damage by voting no on this issue. Further, the matter of dwindling water resources and lengthy periods of drought ought to be addressed in the current context. Lastly, CEQA requires that water supply be analyzed for the whole project, not on a home-by-home basis, as is now planned by our CSD. This crucial matter should also take into account the prospect of 69 more homes in a Price Ranch development. Please consider these issues and those additional ones set out in the CB-C&M lawyer's report and vote no and for another EIR. Thank you, and for bearing with this microphone issue.
Heather Peck to be followed by Doug Karstens.
Hi, my name is Heather Peck Soderquist. My husband and I live on Perkins and St. Joseph. We're a block and a half from this proposed development. And actually, I don't have anything else additional to add. I think the speakers before me have covered it pretty accurately. The biggest concern we have is the environmental impact report, the hillside that's above this thing, and no studies have been done over 18 years of drought, and then one rainstorm does not a drought cure. So we just would like them to do a little more due diligence. We're not against the development totally. We just would like to make sure that all the I's are dotted and T's are crossed, and we're not going back on, well, why didn't they and why didn't they? That's it. Thank you.
Doug Karstens to be followed by Jim Albertson.
Good morning, honorable board members. This is Douglas Karstens of Chatton Brown Karstens Montier here on behalf of Save Los Alamos. We've submitted 2 letters, February 24 and February 2nd, about this project, objecting to the approval and pointing out that additional environmental review is necessary before it may be approved. The first point we'd like to address is that this approval is discretionary. You have been presented with a letter from the project applicant's attorney that contends that it is not discretionary, therefore not requiring additional CEQA review. This view is incorrect. Our most recent letter sent last Friday details what a discretionary project is. The definition in the California Environmental Quality Act guidelines is, quote, a discretionary project means a project which requires the exercise of judgment or deliberation when the public agency or body decides to approve or disapprove a particular activity, as distinguished from situations where the public agency or body merely has to determine whether there has been conformity with applicable statutes, ordinances, regulations, or other fixed standards. The key question is whether the public agency can use its subjective judgment to decide whether and how to carry out or approve a project. That's in California Code of Regulations, section 15357. Plainly, in deciding how and if the Flood Control and Water Conservation District will enter into a detailed agreement for construction and dedication of flood control improvements, you may exercise serious judgment or deliberation and use your subjective judgment to decide whether and how to carry out or approve this project. This most certainly is a discretionary project. Our letter also points out that you must make findings if you attempt to approve this on the basis of a statement of overriding considerations. CEQA guideline section 15093 sets forth the procedure when a project has significant impacts that an agency wants to override and approve the project nonetheless. As our Friday letter pointed out, the environmental impact report stated the following impacts would be significant and unavoidable. They were aesthetics, visual, they were biological resources, they were public facilities, police protection, and water resources. That particular one said the proposed project would result in a net water demand drawn from the San Antonio groundwater basin exceeding 22 acre-feet per year. That was in the EIR on page ES-5. So staff has prepared findings under section 15091 of the guidelines. Those are in attachment B. but there are no findings to explain why this project's benefits would outweigh the impacts and why additional mitigation measures or better alternatives cannot be required, as required by 15093. We ask that you refrain from approving the proposed agreement and to prepare adequate environmental review and findings to support the approval if you do choose to approve it after due deliberations. Thank you for your consideration, and I'd be available for any questions. Thank you.
Jim Albertson to be followed by Francis Romero.
Good morning. One of the talking points that you're going to hear is that this is a regional benefit. This is a triumph of man over nature. We are going to take all the water from this development and we're going to put it into a 72-inch outflow. It goes away. Well, that 72-inch outflow, 6-foot tall wall of water, is going to be dumped into San Antonio Creek. This is a natural creek. It is not a wash. It goes through 10 miles of farmland west of here. Twice in 2023, farmland, Highway 135, and Harris Grade have flooded. Twice, with the water that's already coming down. And you're going to add a 6-foot wall of water to that? I don't think if we were talking about adding a 6-foot pipe going into Montecito Creek, that any of us would be even thinking about this. But we aren't. We're talking about poor farmers. We're not talking about Oprah Winfrey. If you live west of here and are farming, this is not a regional benefit. This is a regional nightmare. Thank you for your time.
Francis Romero to be followed by Thomas Woodrow.
Good morning, Chair Williams, Director, staff, and members of the public. My apologies for not being there in person today. I was exposed to COVID on Friday. The matter before you today is quite straightforward as the Flood Control District Board of Directors to approve an agreement, not a project. The agreement is on your administrative agenda due to its very nature. It allows the implementation of conditions of approval that have already been approved through a prior discretionary process. CEQA is intended to disclose impacts of a project on the environment, not the environment on the project. If you believe in community plans, that we need to build more homes in our county, that your departments and the LACSD can use $2 million in fees, and that the west side of Los Alamos needs a $2.4 million drainage solution that costs each existing resident nothing, then voting yes on this cooperative agreement will implement these positive impacts on Los Alamos. While public comment is part of the process, the recent organized campaign that calls itself Save Los Alamos and Stop Village Square continues to mischaracterize, misquote, partially quote, and mislead your board. As decision makers, you must constantly measure comments, oftentimes emotionally charged, against fact and science. I will trust that you have reviewed the letters submitted by me and our team that outline the facts and the case law pertaining to Village Square. It includes all of the recent permit activities, including all of the biological permits that have been obtained. I am aware of community members that have reached out to Supervisor Nelson in support of their community plan and Village Square. I want to thank the Santa Barbara County taxpayers for pointing out the hypocrisy of moving to an area and then seeking to slam the door behind them to others. I've been here nearly 30 years and I have never given a second thought to saying no one else should come to the Central Coast. In addition to the licensed professionals employed on my team, county staff has a similar team and so did the EIR consultant. This is a question as whether or not you trust your staff and licensed professionals or the false equivalence about the tragic Montecito debris flow. Your own staff has stated that the Village Square is building a regional drainage infrastructure on the west side of Los Alamos, even though the approved project only needs 15% of its capacity. The balance of the water is already going to the creek. This project will pay another $2 million in development impact fees that will go toward infrastructure that this town needs. We hope you will vote for this agreement so that another neighborhood envisioned in the Los Alamos Community Plan gets built to provide much needed housing. I'm available should you have any questions. We have our civil engineer here today as well. Thank you for your consideration.
Thomas Bridrow, to be followed by Buddy Hain here in Santa Barbara.
Good morning, Chair Williams, supervisors, members of the public. I'm Tom Widrow. I'm Executive Director of the Santa Barbara County Taxpayers Association. I want to echo a little bit of what Francis just said, but this project was approved back in 2006. It's not really what you're discussing today. Staff at the time did its job. The supervisors, including my former boss, Brooks Firestone, approved it. They did it judiciously, responsibly, legally, and thoughtfully. And I just want to say that you 5 supervisors, you're diverse in your thoughts, you're fair-minded, and I just don't believe for a moment that you'll capitulate to what is a tiny minority's desire to retroactively squash a duly approved housing project, a project that was included in both the 1994 and the 2011 community plans. For the people of Los Alamos, is a community that's fantastic, and they stand to benefit from the addition not only of 59 new good neighbors, but they're going to get $2.4 million worth of desperately needed flood control infrastructure. They'll get another $1.1 million in connection fees to the Los Alamos Community Services District. They'll get another $1 million in school fees, and finally another $373,000 in fees to the county fire department and the Parks and Transportation divisions. Overall, perhaps most important, I hope you supervisors will vote 5-0 in favor of moving this forward, because you send a message that we have a development approval process in Santa Barbara County that has integrity, and it can easily withstand those who just don't have a regard for how we do business here in Santa Barbara County. Thank you very much.
Buddy Hain, to be followed by Brian Adams.
Chair Williams, ladies and gentlemen of the board, thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Buddy Hain, and I'm a civil engineer with Stantec working on the Legacy Estates, also known as Village Square project. There has been discussion in the community about the adequacy of the approved designs for the stormwater improvements, which will be constructed as part of this project. Specifically, I have heard concerns related to the existing historical risk in the area not being adequately addressed, and the addition of on-site hardscape will exacerbate the issue. I am here today to emphasize that the plans were developed to meet all county design standards for all aspects of the project, including most notably flood control standards meant to address local drainage conditions and stormwater management. A great deal of effort was expended to make sure all runoff would potentially impact our site would be routed around the project for the safety of all homes. Infrastructure is being constructed to mitigate peak storm flows so as not to exceed pre-project flows for the 2 through 100-year events in compliance with flood control requirements. The project calls for installation of a pipe to convey flows around the neighborhood instead of through it as it currently does. The project also provides a properly designed channel called the Den Street Ditch that helps remedy the flooding that has been historically experienced on Den Street, even as recently as last month. Additionally, the channel and others included in the project will allow for the infiltration of stormwater runoff and ensure the project meets the applicable water quality requirements. The improvements I just referenced are just some of the features included in our project in order to meet the Santa Barbara County design standards, which the project does. I want to stress the stormwater improvements benefit our project and the neighboring community and homes, which are already affected by local flooding during large rain events. As Tom Fayram, formerly of Santa Barbara County Flood Control, said, this project will improve the flooding conditions currently experienced, not make them worse. There has been a great deal of thoughtful engineering that went into the design, and the project brings many benefits to the community. I want to thank staff for their efforts on these improvements, and thank you for your time today. I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Just want to, I do have a question because I think a lot of it just boils down to level of mitigation of impact. And so you and the applicant contend that it is, that the stormwater improvements in the project not only mitigate its impact, but over mitigate, meaning take care of a certain percentage of existing conditions.
Chair Williams, yes, that's correct. There's roughly, of the tributary area for that space, it's 85%-ish is the existing conditions, and we're the added 15% that would be going to the 72-inch pipe that was referenced. So the larger diameter pipe that we're speaking about is actually for the diversion of the water around the development and through the neighborhood, whereas the basins and items that are being constructed for those are helped to mitigate the hardscape impacts. So replacing, what's native dirt with hardscape, the basins help mitigate and decrease the amount of flow to pre-project conditions.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thanks.
Brian Adams to be followed by Christine Adams.
Hello there. My name is Brian Adams. I live in Los Alamos, California. I think you all know that CEQA requires additional environmental analysis to account for changes to the project, its circumstances, and changes in the availability of mitigation and alternatives that have occurred in the nearly 18 years that have passed since 2005 that create new impacts and render already identified impacts more severe than previously identified. A central point in the debate over whether to require legacy estates to conduct a subsequent EIR, which we feel like is an extremely reasonable request, is whether there is new information that could not be known in 2005. The Santa Barbara County's own Santa Barbara County Climate Change Vulnerability Assessment, dated November 2021, happened to use Los Alamos as a case study. The report shows, your own report shows, that climate stressors are predicted to dramatically increase. Inland flooding will increase because of the increase in frequency and intensity of rainstorms. Infrastructure, including road, bridges, and flood control infrastructure, will be highly vulnerable to various hazards, including inland flooding, landslide, and debris flow. While the Legacy Estates' recent February 2023 correspondence claims the original EIR did not even address climate change, that was not required in 2005, but the issue was addressed in the 2011 LACP EIR. While the Community Plan EIR did discuss climate change, it only discussed it in its connection with greenhouse gases and not in reference to the increased risk of flooding and mudslides caused by climate change. Additionally, and most importantly, the EIR made no mention of the risk of atmospheric rivers causing increased danger. Climate expert Katrina Gonzalez points out in Scientific America, atmospheric rivers are becoming more intense with climate change because they're holding more moisture. We have to make huge investments in green infrastructure, which uses nature to absorb runoff. This could not have been known in 2005 or in 2011. Additional evidence that new flooding and mud flow threats are presented today are described by Kelly Hubbard in a recent article and video presentation that you all witnessed. You heard about the threat of an arc storm personally from her in December, and we have submitted the scientific study for which it was based for your review. Both the Flood Control District and the county must require Legacy Estates to conduct a subsequent EIR to study the increased impacts and severity of impacts associated with climate change, including flooding, drought, and wildfires. The Flood Control District and the county must come up with ways to mitigate these increased risks. And I'll just point out that you'll see pictures from the hills mentioned in the EIR as not being susceptible to mud flow. And you can see, because of our recent rainstorms, that's clearly not the case. Thank you.
Christine Adams to be followed by Krishna Flores.
Good morning. I'm Christine Adams, full-time resident of Los Alamos. I'm asking you to vote no on item A36 and call for a subsequent EIR for the Legacy Estates project. The 2005 EIR is misleading. It states that the project is not near steep slopes subject to mud flow, which is in complete contradiction to the county's findings that the flood hazard must be addressed from a public safety perspective within the urban areas. So I do think it is important to ask, are you listening to your county staff? Because they say in the EIR that we have a public safety issue, which was not addressed in the EIR because the previous board did not take the time to look through and see that no mitigations were in fact provided for. So I'm wondering, will you go along with this lie of omission, or are you going to go along with your county reports? Even in 2021, as my husband said, Santa Barbara's climate change vulnerability assessment shows that Parisma Hill is prone to debris flow and mudslides. This project is at the base of that, and I implore you to look at the pictures before making this decision. There were a lot of procedural errors on the part of the board. The county first violated street and highway codes. Findings regarding the vacation were not made, and the public was not notified. This violated code, but it also denied the participation of Los Alamos residents in this discretionary decision. Next, the board violated their mitigation agreement with Legacy Estates by approving and recording the final tract map prior to the mitigation measures being met by Legacy Estates. Therefore, your final tract approval is invalid. The order matters. It helps to ensure developer accountability. The omission of the landslide flooding issues in the EIR indicates to me that that kind of accountability is needed. Also, as far as the flood mitigation, Portico Hills will also be impacted. They will lose acres of grapevines. Are they part of this agreement? Have they agreed to allow this project to go through? Does Legacy Estates have an encroachment permit because they will be digging underneath the 135? I think these questions need to be answered prior to approval of this item. You are not powerless to ensure that Santa Barbara County residents are kept safe as possible. So you need to vote no on 836 and call for a subsequent EIR. Thank you.
Krishna Flores to be followed by Katie Nieswender via Zoom.
Just want to give a reminder, folks, to keep under your time limit.
Good morning, honorable supervisors. I did have a presentation that displayed all the flooding we've seen in the last several weeks, shutting down all the roads surrounding us, but I've been told that it won't load. Thank you. I've been told that the video won't load.
Is this it?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, we all have it.
You have the still pictures, but it doesn't really capture the destruction along 135 and the creek. So I'll send those to you separately. It's unfortunate, but I'll continue. The flood control agreement in front of you has been touted as a so-called regional benefit by a few individuals, when in fact, it is not even an across-the-street benefit. A more accurate description would be a regional disaster waiting to happen. This is not a win for flood control in Los Alamos Valley or a win for infrastructure improvements. It's not a political win for public servants and agencies, and certainly not a win for taxpayers that keep paying to bail the county out on one man-made disaster at a time. It will be a win for the developer who gets to build the million-dollar houses, cash in, pull chalks, and laugh all the way to the bank and out of town. To date, the developer and flood control have yet to provide evidence of meaningful regional benefit in the proposed agreement. The agreement document itself does not state any regional benefit. The developer has stated in town meetings that they hosted that the scope of the infrastructure work is limited to the benefit of their development. The Los Alamos Community Plan in 2011 does not state any regional benefit from this project. The agreement proposes to divert all stormwater to the San Antonio Creek, stormwater currently being absorbed by 17 acres of county-designated prime agricultural land and providing much-needed recharge to the depleted San Antonio Basin, the only water source of Los Alamos. The San Antonio Creek is notorious to overbank flow. You can slide since it's not playing. Thank you. The San Antonio Creek is notorious for overbank flow during rainstorms, repeatedly shutting down 135 Harris Grade East San Antonio Road. The proximity of the creek to the highway and roads, coupled with poor maintenance, causes the frequent overbank flooding and mud flow. This agreement further exacerbates the creek, worsening flood and mud flows downstream where there are homes, vineyards, productive farmlands, and sensitive habitats. The proposed agreement does not mitigate flooding on Centennial, Helena, Coiner, Shaw, Perkin, Maine, or Den, except the portion that's adjacent to the site, or any other area designated in the county and FEMA flood maps. Moreover, it will aggravate flooding on streets within the immediate vicinity of the development, Shaw, Centennial, Maine. This plan is insufficient in mitigating the type of mud flow and flooding from the atmospheric rivers we saw in the last 2 months and will continue to see as climate extremes become the norm. You can slide to the next one. In December 2022,
I'm going to need you to wrap up.
I will, thank you. In December 2022, the board was presented a report that detailed how critical services have not improved in the disadvantaged communities of Santa Barbara County, including Los Alamos, despite the exponential increase in county revenues generated by Los Alamos in current years. Zoe Carlson, senior planner, said that financing the build of scaled storm and drainage systems and flood control project would be feasible only by grant funding.
Thank you. Please terminate.
Okay. You have the opportunity today to do better. I hope that you
cut off
do.
the mic. Our rules provide once there is more than 10 speakers to go down to 2 minutes. Instead, I've given you 3 minutes and you're repeatedly taking 4. We have to keep time limits. Please be respectful of that.
Chair Williams, we have our final speaker, Katie Nieswender.
Good morning to the board, Chair. Thank you for letting me speak. My name is Kate Nieswender. I am the attorney for Legacy Homes, and I have very few comments for you. We just wanted to respond to a couple of things that were said. Regarding the street vacation issue, the county surveyor has already piped in on this and said that the vacation was done correctly and in compliance with law. Regarding the question of whether or not there were easements for the flood control work, those easements were recorded literally in 2004 and 2008. So they have been in place for a long time and are ready to go. We have encroachment permits. Someone suggested that that had not happened. No, that happened. As far as the regional benefit, 85% of the flood control improvements that will be going forward under the agreement before you today, 85% is for the community, only 15% for Legacy Homes. And finally, and this is really why I wanted to speak to you, is that we sent you a letter And I know you get a lot of materials in preparation for these hearings, but we did send you a letter that explained that supplemental environmental review is not possible, even if there's new information appearing after all the discretionary approvals are complete. What is in front of you today is not a discretionary approval. It is considered an agreement that implements an already approved project. And I wanted to emphasize that because truly what's being requested here today is not possible. Cases and cases wandered through the courts on this issue, as you might imagine. And in this context, the interests of finality are favored over the policy of encouraging public comment. And with that, unless the board has any questions for us, we would ask you to approve this flood control contract and get us on our way. Thank you.
We'll close public comment for this item. Is there any other remaining speakers?
Chair Williams, we did have one other that signed in before public comment was closed. We have Edwin Weaver.
I think he's here for the next project, D4.
Edwin, would you like to make public comment on this item, or are you here for another?
I'm here for another for the Dignity Moose project. I apologize.
Wonderful, thank you. Chair Williams and members of the board, we have no further requests to speak for this item.
Does the board have questions or comments? Supervisor Nelson.
Yeah, I just wanted to, I'll just go right into my comments. I know that and understand the concerns of the neighborhood and Los Alamos. I've been hearing that loud and clear for the last 2 months. Since initially the work began on this project, I've received hundreds of emails, postcards from the neighborhood, and I hear you all. And I honestly worked hard over the last couple of months to try to find a mechanism to get what you've asked for. I've worked with staff over and over again, not just to evaluate the merits of some of the claims of the developer, but to look at other ways that we can improve this project inside of a discretionary process and even outside of a discretionary process. After going through many letters from attorneys and comments, and working with staff and county council, I don't see today a mechanism for the board, at least for myself, to vote to deny this agreement. This agreement is not the project. It's a part of the project, but it's not the project. And what we are, at least the way I see it, what we're here today is tasked on this specific item. I've asked multiple times if there's a mechanism that's defensible for us to request an additional environmental review, and I have not heard from our advisors here at the county that is possible. So as far as I'm concerned, as much as it pains me, because I would really like to do what my residents want to do here, I'm at this point ready to go ahead and move forward with approving this agreement. That said, if the board agrees to move forward, there's still a lot of work to do here with the developer, and I'm committed to continuing to work to see if there's additional public improvements that can be considered as part of this project. If there is any potential with some of the FEMA mitigation grants to partner with the already flood control project that's been proposed here to alleviate some of the concerns that the neighborhood has. Los Alamos has been a community for generations that has had needs that have been unmet. And so I've been mine for a year. I know Supervisor Hartman got a chance to work on a lot of these issues, and I've been able to just piggyback on her good work ahead of me. And we at the county take it seriously on our unincorporated areas, and we'll continue to work to try to make things better here.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, first of all, I just wanted to acknowledge how hard Supervisor Nelson has indeed worked on this. It's been delayed twice, and that's given opportunity for all of us to vet this a little more closely. I just had a question for County Council, and that is, when we approved the tract map, that meant that the EIR was certified, and there was a certain time to appeal that. My question really has to do with the condition of the project that said that we had to, that the flood control drainage project had to be approved before we could approve the tract map. So it's a matter of timing. And I gather there's a difference between public and private drainage projects. So I would like you to explain that difference and why that exists.
Mr. Chair and Supervisor Hartman, there is a condition of approval. There was a mitigation measure actually that talked about prior to recordation, there shall be an agreement for maintenance for the private drainage improvements. And that got incorporated into as a condition of approval of the project. Private improvements are generally those built on private property and are usually funded, constructed, and maintained by private individuals. Public improvements, which is the agreement, which addresses the agreement that's before the district today, are those built in the public right-of-way or a public easement, typically or often are funded, constructed, and maintained by the public entity. Sometimes they're funded and constructed by a private entity and then transferred to the public entity, but they become part of the public infrastructure.
So if I'm correct, a lot hangs on whether it's public or private, and we're saying that this is public, and it's public one more time because?
This is actually an off-site improvement on a county flood control easement on separate property, and it will be public improvement that's publicly maintained. And there is a distinction in the timing of the conditions that the private drainage improvements, that agreement needed to be completed prior to recordation, and it was. It was done in November of 2022 prior to recordation, and this agreement can be done after recordation.
Thank you. So that was the hook that I explored and wasn't able really to hang anything on it in the end. So I'm with my colleague on the board, Supervisor Nelson, tried, but we can't quite find a way to do this.
And I from my part, just want to understand the sense of the scale of the mitigation. The applicant says that the mitigation is sort of over mitigation, meaning only 15% of the benefit is for the project and 85% is for the community. Some of the neighbors contend that conditions have changed sufficiently that it's an underbuilt of the mitigation. I just love it if anybody from flood control has an opinion for us so that the community is assured that this will either improve the existing conditions or not, or at very least not make them worse.
Yeah, Chair Williams, thank you. Good morning. Just to give you a couple quick details. So the Calaveras Canyon makes up about 61 acres of this drainage area. Within the community, there's about 66 acres of drainage area. Of that 66 acres, the on-site improvement's around 20 acres. So it's about 15% of the overall. What's important to know is flood control agrees there is a drainage issue in Los Alamos. This project helps address that. It's not the silver bullet. It doesn't take away all of the drainage issues, but the east side has been completed. This will help on the west side, and then we need to focus more on the central portion of it. So it does do a great improvement for the flood control infrastructure, and it is a regional benefit from a flood control standpoint.
Thank you. Supervisor Capps.
Well, I wanted to address ex parte. We haven't done that yet, and
Good
so
reminder.
I had a meeting with Brian Ross Adams and Krishna Flores, and my chief of staff had a phone meeting with Francis Romero on this. And if I may, bringing up ex parte brings up a tangential but very important issue related to this item. It's really my questions and comments are directed towards CEO Miyasato as well as County Council, but because this, I believe, is one of the first items in 2023 that might qualify under a new campaign finance law, SB 1439, which really means it's a new day in the way we operate, the way that every local government operates throughout California. And I believe that we need more clarity around the process. So to just give a little tiny bit of background, not to get us too far off track, but it's really important. I firmly believe that when it comes to who's donated, when it comes to projects, we need to go above and beyond and make sure that the public knows. And there needs to be transparency, there needs to be disclosure, and in some cases, there needs to be recusal. Thankfully, the state agrees too. Our county hasn't had rules like that in the past, but now the state is imposing rules related to campaign finance reform. It's an issue I've been working on literally since the 90s under McCain-Feingold federal legislation. So here we are with this new day, and I am searching for clarity of how this is going to be implemented, enforced. We don't have that. FPCC is the regulator in this situation, but I believe that we need that, and we need it as a board, but as importantly, the public needs to understand that when donations are given and permits are requested or opposed, there's now a new process, a new day. So my question really is to CEO Miyasato if she can address next steps, what other counties are doing, and my hope is that we can address this as an agenda item. Thank you.
Supervisors, we can put this on a future agenda, working with county council and maybe getting someone from the FPPC if possible. I know this is a hot topic for lots of counties right now as FPPC is working out their rules, and it's just for the public's knowledge, it's SB 1439. So we can put that on a future agenda for a discussion.
Thank you. I really appreciate that.
Do we want to just go down the line on ex parte?
Is it needed on this? I mean, I don't mind doing it, but it's like, it's not quasi judicial, is it?
Mr. Chair and Supervisor Levin, it's not required on this item because it is an agreement. It's not a quasi judicial permit item, but the board has the option of disclosing ex parte.
All transparency, I'll say I received over 1,000 emails, I would have to say. Haven't met with anybody individually on this, just everything that I've read online and all the emails I received.
Mr. Allison.
Yeah, so I didn't track it because it wasn't a quasi-judicial, but I mean, I've met with countless neighbors, community members. I've met people's living rooms talking about this project on the streets of Los Alamos. I've met in my office with some of the project applicants. I've met with staff. And again, I've received hundreds of emails as well, postcards, and communications.
By the way, I did want to say one other thing, though. Supervisor Capps was praising the state for implementing this. I'd like to point out also publicly that the state did not require themselves to do it. So it was for everybody below them, but not for themselves. So I would like to see that change implemented as well.
My understanding is actually it's a state law that now applies to local, but we can have clarification on that. Yeah.
Supervisor Hartman, did you want to disclose any ex parte communications?
I spoke with Brian, Christine, and Krishna in my office. But I think the issue of ex parte is also something we'd like on our agenda for when we should do it. We may want to go beyond what the law requires, but we would need a policy. We have a board handbook we're working on that might include that.
I met last Thursday with a number of the residents, and I talked on the phone. That was via Zoom, not in person. And I met on Monday over the phone with the applicant. And I think that it's good for us to get clarity about future campaign finance issues. There is a number of board legal opinions, and maybe there was one before you were sworn in as well. So maybe we could make sure we get that to you. But of course, it apparently applies to things only since the first of the year. But I don't know anything that's been involved with any of these folks in the past. I guess to the issue at hand, I appreciate the passion and the spirit from the neighbors. If this was a project that had not yet had approvals, I really don't know how I would vote. I might have opposed it, but I have never in 7 years on the city council and 6 years on the Board of Supervisors seen a situation where an existing land use permit is then thwarted by an ancillary action. And I have concerns about what kind of precedent that would do. So I have utmost respect, and I understand the love that everybody has for their community, but I do not believe it is within our discretion to reopen an existing land use permit that over mitigates its impact. Is there a motion or any other questions or comments?
I think we can wrap it up with the other items that we're going to do
Sure.
at the end.
Can I get a motion on items A1, A9, A22, A30, A36, and A37?
We haven't heard 837 yet.
Yeah, the public commenter that wished to talk to A37 is no longer logged on.
Okay, then I'll go ahead and make that motion.
I will second.
There is a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. Now is the time for public comment for items not on our agenda. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak on general public comment?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we will begin here with Maureen Earls, to be followed by Susan Horn.
Good morning, Maureen.
Good morning. I'm Maureen Earls, co-chair of the CLU Santa Barbara Criminal Justice Work Group, and we partner with the League of Women Voters. Our urgent concern is the well-documented unnecessary suffering of people in our jail, mainly people booked with low-level nonviolent misdemeanors who don't belong in jail. We're concerned with the delay in the progress for replacing the harmful South County Jail. Based on, excuse me, our research, we call on you in our letter today to prioritize 3 decisions in your upcoming board agendas.
Please proceed, Maureen.
Oh, excuse me. Okay, first, direct the 3 decisions in your upcoming board agendas are: first, direct the South County Jail remodel, rebuild design team to plan for a reduced total jail population of no more than 550 people. Expert Michael Wilson reported 5 options to reduce the projected 800 average daily population by about 250 people, resulting in a reduced total of 550 people in our jail. With 376 beds currently in North County, you can now reasonably direct a design plan for 200 replacement beds for the current South County Jail. We commend the board and the public safety department leaders for reducing the jail population this past year. Our letter lists these actions, and you have been given reports and updates. Secondly, we request you direct the jail design staff to compare time and costs for the location of replacement beds in North County to that of South County. We have heard from an increasing number of public safety department leaders and community members a preference for locating in North County. And finally, we request you direct the county to pursue preparation of a live, daily, updated data search system which tracks availability of community beds and services for mental health, addiction, and other jail alternatives. These 3 systems changes will set in motion the urgently needed jail replacement design and continue the progress in reducing low-level, low-risk people currently suffering in our jails. Thank you.
Susan Horn to be followed by Lawrence Severance.
Good morning, Board. My name is Susan Horn, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Criminal Justice Work Group for the League of Women Voters and CLUE. And I'm a member of both of those, as well as I'm well immersed in NAMI, the National Alliance on Mental Illness, and my home church, Free Methodist Church on the Mesa in Santa Barbara, as partners in this area. But I'm speaking on behalf of the people that have signed the petition that you have seen, literally hundreds of people that feel that this is an important issue to make progress on, and people have hope that there will be progress on these issues of criminal justice. Many people of faith have supported this petition, including our pastors and several churches and the NAACP in letters that have come with the petition. These are all about public safety and community services and the criminal justice system. And I just like to mention briefly publicly what in the petition, the 5 points. The first is safely reduce the number of people in jail, with why and how. 2, increase needed community services. None of this is new to any of you. The motto it being about community services being help, not handcuffs. 3, continue and expand the co-response teams so that people in mental health crisis can get the help they need rather than being arrested and going to jail. 4, provide fair and early representation for all. And this is about funding the public defender's requests for people that can help meet the client's needs, not minutes before their first going before the court, but days before, hopefully, so that they have a chance to speak to their public defender, tell their story, and hear what the process is, what is going on, so they understand before they go to the court. 5th is provide equal and fair access to the evidence. So this is about giving the evidence and the discovery that the sheriffs and the deputies and the police are giving to the DA so that goes as soon as possible to the public defender and their client so that they have a chance to prepare a defense. We just thank you for listening and really appreciate your collaborating with the community partners for progress on this with our most vulnerable people. Thank you.
Lawrence Severance to be followed by Gail.
Good morning, Chair Williams and supervisors. We put public comment before you today because we see this as a matter of urgency. It hasn't been on your agenda for a while, and basically we're asking that you get it on the agenda. I'm a member of CLUE. I'm on their board. I'm also co-chair of the Criminal Justice Work Group. We work in collaboration with the League of Women Voters, several of whom are here today. And we have been studying criminal justice, meeting with the criminal department leaders, touring the jails, talking with custodial staff. So we've developed our perspective through research and education, and we're here to ask basically that the county, you supervisors, be proactive and start to move forward. And there's specifically a couple of things. You're aware the federal court mandate in Murray requires improvements in jail conditions in the South County. And you've contracted with architects to examine the South County jail structure. The general services folks are trying to work out a plan, but you've not specified how big or small the plan needs to be. And you now have the results of Michael Wilson's jail population expert report. You have the KPMG research that's been done over a period of years, highlighting that the cost of a person in jail for 1 year is $81,000 or more dollars. And so what we're asking is that you now take the research, and including the recommendations of retired Judge Cheryl Ellsworth, who's one of your consultants, and set a mark that the planners can use to go forward, at least as a working proposition. If you consider the 376 beds that are now in the North County Jail, and you consider the steps that are outlined in Michael Wilson's jail population report, for reducing the population by about 250 people, you get to a figure of around 550 long-term, and we would need 200 remodeled or renewed beds to meet that goal, given what's in the North County now. Secondly, as has been said, and I'll just highlight it, there is a viable question whether it makes more sense economically and otherwise to go through a remodel in the South County Jail or consider expansion of another pod in the North County. And I think it's worth the county taxpayers' effort and your guidance to ask that those options be looked at so that there's some consideration of both locations. There is, in the KPMG report, the idea of a risk assessment center at the Cayo Real campus, so there's plenty of possible uses there. Last of all, I'd just like to say the people who signed the petition, as well as our group, are supportive of you taking affirmative steps, and we ask that you do so. The goals that we're talking about could save millions of dollars over the long term and support the humane goal of reducing our jail
Mr.
population.
Severance, could you wrap up?
Thank you.
Gail, to be followed by George, Alvarez, and Santa Maria.
Chair Williams and board members, thank you for this opportunity to bring an issue to you today that is on your agenda, but that we look forward to talking to you again when you do the budget or have a hearing that's more pertinent. But we were concerned that we weren't going to hear back from the architects and general services until sometime in the summer. We didn't know when, and we had expected to be back before you sometime this month, so here we are. And we want to say how much we appreciate your working closely with our group, the League of Women Voters and CLUE Task Force on Criminal Justice, or working group. And we really appreciate all the work that your staff and you all have done to try to address this really difficult situation of our jails. I just want to speak to 3 points about how to reduce those numbers in the jail. Over a third of those in the county's 2 jails are charged with low-level misdemeanor offenses. Most of them do not present a risk to this community. Many are what we call familiar faces who cycle in and out of the jail. They need mental health treatment and or addiction treatment that is not available in the jails, but should be available in the community. We hope the board will allocate substantial funds in your next budget to increase those services. We also hope that the public defender's application for a pilot program for early representation will receive grant funding from the Burn JAG application to them. But if it doesn't, we hope you will approve funding because we think it's really important that indigent clients have representation days and not minutes before their first arraignment hearing. We think that will help the judges know whether a person needs to be held in jail or whether the public defender and others have helped them or found out from them that they really aren't a risk and will show up for their hearings. It's really important piece of getting the numbers in the jail down is this early representation program. Our letter also asks for this live data tracking of beds and services, which Maureen talked about for mental health and for addiction treatment. If law enforcement and probation and social services and co-response teams don't have a live data tracking to look at, they don't know on the spur of the moment or right at the moment of dealing with it where they can send people other than the jail, and thus our jails become sort of housing for, homeless and people with mental health and other issues that could be treated in the community. And finally, we hope you'll ask our district attorney to promptly share with the public defender all the evidence
can you just
available
wrap
from the
up?
sheriff. You have our petition, so I don't need to say more, and thank you again for your time and attention.
We'll move to our final public commenter, George Alvarez in Santa Maria.
Mr. Alvarez? There does not appear to be a public commenter.
Mr. Alvarez, you may need to unmute yourself.
Okay, hopefully you got it. All right. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
I'm sorry for the delay here. I'm basically here threefold. Number one, on the homeless situation, the laws have to be implemented and respected. There is no law if the laws are not enforced. The homeless population gets away with murder, breaking down stuff, breaking into houses, stuff, and nothing's being done, and they're let go after they get registered in the jail and they're gone. That's wrong. Something has to be done there. The thing on the levy, 21 years ago, I came out on the front page, Santa Maria Times, and at that time, the cost for that mile to be refixed on that levy in Guadalupe was 5.3 million. Now it's up to 30 million. Talk about hindsight and foresight. Where did the government go wrong on this? Now, the city of Guadalupe, in the course of the years, has been the neglected orphan child of the county of Santa Barbara, which leads me to this next situation that Santa Barbara County will probably have to assist the city of Guadalupe. Our police department is dwindling to the point it's embarrassing. State of California requires that you have 2.5 officers per 1,000. We roughly have 10,000 population in Guadalupe, and you can include the cemetery in that one. we're short. We're down to maybe 5 or 6 officers, which means that the county of Santa Barbara will probably have to step up and assist the community in public safety. Maybe the city could work a deal with our sheriff department to change shifts, maybe one day, one maybe the night, but we are hurting. Public safety is very important in any community. In Guadalupe, we have none. We're lucky we have 2 officers and a given shift. That's a little scary. And we've been lucky dodging the bullet when it comes to crime. We do have crime, but we need to get more officers involved. And that's why I wanted to bring it up to your attention. We need a partner in public safety, and that's where the county comes in. Having that said, thank you for your time, and please consider the fact we need your help. Thank you.
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have no further requests to speak.
We will take a 5-minute break for photos and bio break and come back. And then
Chair
just-
Williams, I just had a question about when the jail, when some of those issues are coming back.
So supervisors, and I also want to address our partner agencies out there and some of the speakers who spoke. We were planning to come back in March, but because of the changeover in my staff, we'll probably come back in April. And so we're discussing right now whether we come back as an item to discuss in April, or come back as part of the budget workshops as a special study item.
Calling the meeting back to order. D1.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the District Attorney's Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the approval of an agreement with Cicro Data Analytics, LLC. This item requires a 4/5 vote.
Mr. Savernack.
Chair Williams, members of the board. With me today are my Chief Financial and Administrative Officer, Michael Soderman, my IT Director, Jose Alvarez, and Dr. Greg D'Angelo from Socorro Data Analytics. You know, it's interesting, prior to coming up, we were sitting in the hallway and had the opportunity to read the elevator doors here, which do state, and I'm quoting from the elevators here in the administrative building, using data to drive decision-making. And that's really relevant because the compilation, analysis, transmission, and broadcasting to the public of data have now become, in modern times, a core function of any district attorney's office. And this board did recognize that fact when it had previously approved a position for us for a data analyst. Data analyst positions currently, hiring that individual in the current environment has become next to impossible. A solution to that problem that we came up with is to bring in an outside vendor, Socorro Data Analytics. We also think that gives us greater credibility in that it's not an employee, but rather somebody a scientist who just reports numbers. To Socorro, the numbers are what the numbers say. And at that point, given that we couldn't hire anybody, we thought it was beneficial. And we just have a couple quick slides. I know I've talked to other members of the criminal justice system and the board about this, so I'm going to quickly go through those, Jose. Basically, what we're talking about, and if it doesn't work, it doesn't care. We're short time, so I'm going to keep going. What this contract will allow us to do is normalize. It will allow us to have accurate data. It will also allow us to have data that is digestible and readable by others. So it will allow greater sharing of our data with other criminal justice partners, including the Criminal Justice Data Committee. It will also give us a lot greater ability to broadcast in visual form the data we have. I will note, pursuant to concerns by the board, when Yolo County's data dashboard was mentioned, we immediately contacted Measures for Justice. The price tag was not contained in anybody's budget. So within weeks, we began the process of reverse engineering, and we were the second office to put a forward-facing data dashboard in the state of DA's offices. Included in that are racial, ethnic, and other data. And what this contract will do will allow increased functionality in not only our own, but any countywide database. It will allow additional searches. It will be much more user-friendly and give the consumer of the information access to more points and more options to configure it or consume the data that they want. So another factor is this board and the county CEO's office, rightfully so, wants departments to use data to drive their decisions. This contract will allow us to do that. There is also several state laws, including the J-Data law, which requires 56 data points to be provided to the Attorney General on an annual basis. This will lay the foundation for us to be able to extract accurate data. And also, the Racial Justice Act requires us to analyze our case charging and sentencing decisions to determine whether or not our decisions have a disparate impact of people of different races and ethnicities. So given that, we have a slide which the KPMG recommendations, This is basically KPMG is recommending standard SOPs to assure consistent data entry. We have that. This contract will go a long way towards that. What this will do is normalize. It will assess the quality of our data. It will fill in missing data points. And again, it will allow us to have data on a readable format that others can use and consume. And again, it will improve our ability to use our data on forward-facing data dashboards. I briefly mentioned if you want to go to the J data slide, that is the new state law. This will provide us with the foundation to be able to satisfy our reporting requirements under that. And the Racial Justice Act also requires us. And as regards the Racial Justice Act, if there are disparate treatment in my office, I need to know that. I need to address it. I need to publish it. Because I am at the beginning of my term, and I have the unique opportunity to assess and correct if there is a problem. The only way I'm going to know if there is or isn't is to have the data and to have the accurate data. So it will also, there'll be ongoing data analytics. It will help me identify trends, crime trends. It will have a significant impact in my management decisions. Where am I going to place the limited resource? As I'm sure Public Defender Makuga will tell you, we don't have any spare parts in our systems, either the DA or the public defender, and where we assign people and how we assign people is critical, and data is needed for that. The contract funding, I'll briefly go over that. 45,000 of that will come out of our budget. And to be clear, if in fact Dr. D'Angelo or any member of his staff is called in a criminal court case to testify as an expert witness, that would in fact come out of my department's line item for expert testimony and not as part of this contract. So with that said, I'm actually going to put up Greg D'Angelo very briefly to give you a thumbnail of what his company would be able to do.
Thanks, John, and thanks to the board for the opportunity to be here to speak to all of you. So yeah, our company is Socorro Data Analytics. Hopefully the slide will be up there soon. We've had the opportunity to work with numerous DA's offices and law enforcement agencies throughout California and throughout the United States, as well as Canada, on numerous issues related to data analytics in the criminal justice system. And I'll just speak briefly about the one issue that it's on this slide here, which is that I have a PhD in economics from right here from UCSB, so it's nice to be back here. But I think the biggest item I point out is that in my research capacity, so as a published researcher and a professor, we often rely on requests, public records requests from agencies like the DA's office, and in that capacity, I've often requested data from DA's offices, conducted analysis on it, and then later found that there were many missing observations, missing content, erroneous content within these systems that needed to be updated desperately. And in fact, when the data were updated, cleaned, and the erroneous content was made unerroneous, the analysis altogether was different, fundamentally different, and would have generated and led to very different policy recommendations and conclusions. And it's out of that effort and that continued effort that I've had, both in my research capacity and as running this company, that I continue to say that this effort of ingesting, cleaning, and then assisting public sector agencies in producing accurate content with high veracity in the data is a non-trivial effort. It's one that we've had to engage in for numerous counties, and we continue to work with numerous counties. But the biggest thing is it creates a level of trust in the data and accuracy in the data that, as DA Savernock pointed out, will enable you to share this content broadly and widely with the confidence that the content is accurate. And that's the biggest thing, is we don't want to have inaccurate data that's generating poor policy conclusions and policy recommendations. That's the number one thing that we're trying to bring to the table when we work with any agency, and specifically here in Santa Barbara County. Thanks very much.
In a very brief conclusion, this is about accurate data. This is about accurate data that is oftentimes hard. It's about deriving that data from systems which oftentimes are antiquated and spread out. So our ability to be an effective partner in sharing data and in publishing data requires us to have a more robust data analytics, and that is what we're trying to accomplish here. Thank you.
Question from the board, Supervisor Hartman.
Oh, I was curious, Mr. D'Angelo, if Seguro has live dashboards from elsewhere that you could share with us?
You can just click that.
Oh, perfect. We do have dashboards. At this moment, I cannot make the determination of whether I'm allowed to share them with you because I'm under data use agreements with other counties, but I could certainly request that from those counties and pass that information along.
Sure, love to know where we're headed.
Supervisor Capps.
Well, thank you, DA Sarbanak, and I appreciate that this is, you are at the beginning of your term, and this is the first big ticket item that you brought forward, and it's an important one, incredibly important. Data drives change, and as you started your comments, as is indicated in our elevator, it's important, and I appreciate the leaning in on data, the transparency, and really my first question is how it relates to the other partners in criminal justice. And thank you to Public Defender Makuga for being here. I was hoping that she might speak to her thoughts on this this project and how it's going to impact her work.
And
That's
I
okay?
will just say, it will allow me more ability to share my data.
Excellent.
Good morning, Chair Williams, members of the board. It's actually a pleasure to be here in support of an initiative by the District Attorney's Office. There has been much discussion about this item. It was before the board before and pulled back, and we had a lot of positive discussions as a work group. As such, the Public Defender, we support the District Attorney's request and the CEO's endorsement and recommendation that this agenda item is passed and funded. Simply stated, without accurate and reliable data from the District Attorney's Office, we cannot achieve our shared goal of transparency and accountability. There are a few caveats, and one is this is not an endorsement of the vendor. I apologize to Dr. D'Angelo for making that comment, but I'm not endorsing the vendor. And very importantly, no data, no change requires a firm commitment by all of the justice partners to share information, which we believe our DA has firmly done here today. It's also important, and I have to say this as the public defender, that this data is critical to examine potential racial justice inequities that may exist in our system. We just don't know. This includes racial disparities in charging and convictions, as well as disparities in diversion and sentencing. These complex issues need an objective analysis, which is more complex and nuanced than a simple compilation of demographic statistics or headlines in the news. So I'm here today to support Mr. Sabanak, and I do agree this is a fresh new day for all of us. Thank you, John.
Thank you. If I may continue with a couple more questions. Thank you. So this is for the DA, and in the proposal, there is a white paper that's to be discussed, I believe, and this whole thing is using ARPA funds. I just wanted if you could speak a little bit to the products that the public, and we have some advocates here with us to expect. Like, what does the white paper entail? What is the dashboard? What are the actual products that we can soon look for?
I believe in terms of subsequent transmissions, the white paper got removed because there was some objection to the county paying. A white paper would be an overall analysis,
Okay.
which I would be happy to publish, but also what will happen now that we will have accurate, robust data across more data points, both my forward-facing dashboard, which currently, to the extent we have it available, can be searched and isolate as to factors of gender, race, and ethnicity, it will then allow a deeper dive. It will allow more searches. If a member of the public is interested in a certain set of factors and how that plays into the criminal justice system, this will give us much more data points. So pretty much everything we do here will be forward-facing, either through a countywide or the DA's own data justice dashboard.
Excellent. So, and my last point is really to discuss the role of the vendor and the fact that, as you assured me when we met, that it's not about interpreting or advocating, but really just presenting, because I think given where we are in criminal justice reform, there's misgivings about potential agendas or not being as transparent as possible. So I was hoping you could assure us publicly here that that is the case, that this is purely about putting the data forward and then allowing others to make conclusions. And to that point, there's been some criticism in other counties of a vendor or consultant going further steps and actually testifying in cases, et cetera, and actually interpreting the data. So I'm just hoping that you can assure us here that this is not that's not within the scope of what we are being asked to fund here.
No, the one thing I would never do, this is about transparency and honesty. I would never ask in my position, I will not ask, I have not asked, and Dr. D'Angelo has assured me he would not do an assessment based upon a predetermined conclusion. What we will be giving Dr. D'Angelo, what we are asking him to do is to apply the most recent data science to the numbers. To Dr. D'Angelo, everything is a number, and whatever the numbers say, the numbers say. I am not directing, I am not instructing, I am not asking for a conclusion. I want to know as much as you do. I want to know as much as the public deserves to know. So there are no predetermined conclusions. What Dr. D'Angelo testifies to is the science, is the application of data analytics on a scientific basis. Is the science correct? So any quantitative assessment comes from other people, or a qualitative assessment. Dr. D'Angelo is merely here as a data scientist.
Thank you, District Attorney. You've given quite robust assurances, and thank you to the Public Defender and to Mr. D'Angelo. I'm excited about this and happy to lend my support. Thank you.
Just before we conclude, I want to make sure that we have Judge Ellsworth, who is our consultant on criminal justice issues, if you might be able to just comment on the item.
Thank you, and I appreciate the time. I'm sorry I'm not there in person. What I want to bring to the board at this time is, was really not said, even though it was quite eloquent in your presentation, DA Savernock, but it was what PD Makuga said. It is a new day. This came before you previously, and we listened and we took it back and vetted it with the CJP, the criminal justice partners, and we talked about it. We took it through different iterations of the contract, and I can assure you, not only as our chair, but the other members of the Board of Supervisors, that there is no allotment for payment for any expert testimony, that this is about a cleaning and a scrubbing and the ability for us to be able to start to get that data that is so needed for the Board of Supervisors to make decisions about finances, decisions about programs, and also about those types of things that your departments will come to you collectively, and where they'll be able to share in the future. These are things we agree on. These are things that we don't agree on, but we do support these pieces, and done in a manner that is not a surprise, but everybody has had these vetted. So I, as the consultant, have worked along with all the other justice partners, and Chief Heitman is not here, but she has been very critical piece of working through this and in discussions with the DA's office. I just want you to know that I wholeheartedly support and appreciate both the incredible thing that you have seen today of the DA and the PD coming together on something, and appreciate Ms. Makuga's remarks and the hard questions, and even the things that she has to say, and appreciate the hard work and the willingness and desire of your new DA to really bring things out in the open and be accountable. That's our piece, is to hold them accountable for all these things that are being promised to you today. And that's what I'll be a part of. So thank you for that opportunity.
Supervisor Hartman, do you want to speak now or wait for public comment?
Okay, I'll wait till after public comment.
We have 2 speakers.
Chair Williams and members of the board, we will begin with LaWanda Lyons Pruitt via Zoom, to be followed by Gail here in Santa Barbara.
Good morning, Chair Williams and members of the board. First of all, we would like to thank District Attorney Savana and CEO Miyasata for providing a more in-depth explanation of this database and why it is necessary, unlike the last time when the item was on the agenda and there was no real explanation. Because we need transparency, which is Santa Barbara County's commitment to racial justice. So we look forward to analytics that are transparent, accessible to the partnering agencies, and that is shared with us, we, the community. Thank you so much.
And for our final speaker, Gail Osherenko.
Ooh, somebody can pronounce my last name. Yes, I'm Gail Osherenko, and I'm here on behalf of the League of Women Voters of Santa Barbara. And I'm really here to tell you how pleased we are to see that the public safety agencies are getting together and working together and supporting each other's efforts to get the data that we all need to make decisions and understand where the problems are and where the good things are, whether we're making progress. Data is incredibly important. And I know as a trained lawyer that it's not so easy for the public defender and the DA to, be on the same side and supporting each other, because that's not how we're trained as advocates. But we're in a new world now, and it's really important that we get the data. It's been really helpful to us as a task force on criminal justice to be able to look at the data dashboard of the sheriff and to have that kind of data available. So I want to appreciate Supervisor Caps's question. We're here as the League to support openness, transparency, fairness, and equity, and we hope that's what we'll get with this particular project. Thank you.
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have no further requests to speak.
Supervisor Hartman?
Yes, well, I just wanted to say that I spoke with our IT director, Chris Chirwin, and he assured me that this product or this process will result in data entry that isn't duplicated, that this will be an efficient process. That to me is extremely important. And I'm very much heartened by DA Savernak's commitment that I heard, saying data transparency is a core function of a modern DA's office. And I think we all agree with that, and so glad that you've embraced that. I think that we're relying on the criminal justice partners and the criminal justice data committee to kind of vet all of this, because we're counting on you to make sure that this is integrated and that these requests come up through that process and people agree. So I'm so glad to see this has done that, and we're so glad to have you, DA Savernak.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you. I just want to echo that. I don't think you could have come in on a better item for your first at-bat. You know, this is the way to crush a walk-off home run. So, and Mrs. Schwenko talked about sides, and it's the first time I feel like everybody's on the same side, right? We're on the side of data, and we want to make good decisions. You all want to make good decisions. And we were really kind of throwing darts in the dark before because we don't really know. And so it's this person said that person said this. And so I'm in full support. I think this is a giant step in the right direction, and more so tone and the camaraderie and the team building. And so I'm really excited about moving forward.
Mr. Nelson.
Yes, thank you,
And
Chair.
anybody want to, feel free to make a motion.
Okay. I'll make a quick comment here. I'm a data nerd, so I love this. This is great. So I'm looking forward to seeing this information, especially how things are distributed throughout the criminal justice system in our county. I have a lot of concerns about what it looks like north and south. And the data will prove that out, and we will know once and for all. It won't be an anecdotal story. It will be the data will send us the message. But I also just want to thank you, Mr. Savernosh, for your cooperation. We know that you're an independently elected official. The people put you here, not the five of us. We understand we have the power of the purse strings, but you are being cooperative on your own will. And I just want to thank you for that. That it does mean a lot to this process to have you at the table. There's other elected officials that aren't as cooperative, and it makes it difficult as a county and a criminal justice system to work through some of these issues. So I really want to thank you for that, for your patience, for your transparency with all of us in this process. I think we're going to get a better product in the end because of that, and I just want to make sure that I acknowledge that. And so with that, I will make a motion that we adopt the recommended actions A through C.
And I'll second.
Any other comment? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None? Great. Motion passes. Let's move on to departmental item 2.
Okay, I will make, I'm going to get you real quick.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from Supervisor Nelson's office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the Board of Architectural Review jurisdictional alignment.
All right, I'll kick this off if that's all right with you, Chair.
You are the presenter.
Okay, well, thank you. We all know that our planning and development staff is overwhelmed with a lot of additional work items, and there was something that came to our attention in our office over the last few months as we were getting to know our new district and starting to look at even this issue that's happened in Los Alamos that we talked about today. The community that I represent, wanting to make sure that they have a say in things that are happening in their community, and one of the places that we thought that there could be some potential alterations was within the our Board of Architecture Reviews. So instead of asking for a work program item, we took upon ourselves in our office, and I really want to thank my Chief of Staff, Aaron Hankey, for his hard work to bring this to the board. Also want to thank the clerk of the board for working through that, as well as County Council. I know this isn't the usual way that we bring items to the board, but we thought this would be appropriate. Just quick background, the Board of Architecture Reviews came to the board in 2005 as a concept, originally a pilot project, where they were divided into 3 regional bars, South, Central, and North, as well as the Montecito Board of Architecture Review. After the 2-year pilot program concluded, it was extended for an additional period of time and then made permanent in 2013. Through some of our research, we found that the language in the code didn't necessarily match our maps. Some of it may have left an interpretation that places like Los Olivos might need to be an N-bar and other areas as well. Through the process of evaluating this, and we wanted to not only make sure that the communities that are represented through the supervisorial districts have appointees that are appointed from their geographic supervisor, and try to bring it consistent with our the language in the code. So again, the goals here were to revise the C-bar and N-bar jurisdictional boundaries, updating description of the S-bar jurisdictional boundaries to correspond with the adopted map, enhance regional and demographic continuity, and addressing constituent concerns and requests.
And supervisors, just to let you know too, nothing about the ordinance is changing as far as how you appoint your members of your certain bars. It is just strictly aligning the text and the map more closely.
And then it comes to our map that has been a part of the packet here. It basically, especially the division between the C-bar and the N-bar, goes along the supervisoral districts so that Supervisor Hartman can continue to appoint the Board of Architecture Review for the areas upon our district. One of the more impactful items is bringing Los Alamos into the N-bar, where the predominant amount of the N-bar representatives are appointed by the 4th and 5th district supervisors, which also now represents the community of Los Alamos. So we got this map here. And then I think we got another one.
And I'll just say too, current text, as it says right now, would take the southern portion of Lompoc City and go straight east-west. So that puts communities like Los Olivos would be potentially in the N-bar. So we felt like this was definitely something that fit better for constituents, contiguity of community, et cetera.
I think we have another map in color. Oh, and then we have recommended actions. So with that, I'm all open to suggestions from the board. This is something that was our idea, but and we think that it's a well thought through process. But if there's concerns of my colleagues, I'd be glad to hear them and make adjustments accordingly. If any of you, if you all agree that this is the right move forward, I'm glad with moving this forward today or going back to the drawing board.
Before we take questions from the board, I just want to make sure that staff has any opportunity for comment to add if they so wish. I don't see anybody. Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I just want to thank Supervisor Nelson and his staff for taking this on and doing such an efficient job of it. It seems fairly straightforward, and I'll be supporting, and I see you have a new N-bar appointee here participating in the public today.
Yeah, once we can make that vote, I wanted to recognize
Maria.
our first
Good morning,
Los
how are
Alamos
ya?
N-bar member.
And just, you know, for my part, I really appreciate the constructiveness of you doing this and seizing it by the horns, so to speak. I think it's pretty rational up there. You know, I do have a few thousand constituents in the N-bar area, and I don't necessarily expect that that population rises to the point of having an appointee, but I hope that one of you, if you're wondering about appointees, might someday consider a Cuyama resident.
Supervisor Williams definitely would consider a Cuyama resident. We played around with the idea of including New Cuyama in the S-bar so that you could get full representation, but I thought that might cause...
I'm not sure the Cuyamas want to be in the S-bar. I know my constituents in Cuyama, and they don't want to be in the S-bar.
No, we figured as much, and so that's why we wanted to keep it in the N-bar. There hasn't been historically any representatives from the Cuyama Valley, but I mean, it would absolutely add value to us to have that opportunity as well.
Great. Any other comments or questions from the board? With that, is there a motion?
I move the recommended actions put forward by Supervisor Nelson and his staff.
And I second.
Is there public comment?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have no requests to speak.
We have a motion and a second, no public comment. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
And Chair Williams, if I could just have a moment, kind of got the cart before the horse earlier today in the meeting with our appointee. So we actually appointed our first member of N-bar that will actually come from the community of Los Alamos, and that's Michael Nicola that's here, and his partner Gabriel. You know, Michael is a real estate professional, design professional, He's done some development. I think he'll add a lot of value. And I think as you saw today, the community of Los Alamos absolutely wants to have a say in the things that are happening in their community. And I think this is a step in that direction. And so I'm excited about that. And I want to thank you, Michael, for being willing to serve.
Thank you, Michael. All right, then let's move on to departmental item number 3.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding fiscal year 2024 federal legislative funding requests.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Williams and members of the board. Today, Don Gilchrist, our federal legislative advocate, and I will be presenting the 2023 legislative funding critical projects list and the 2023 legislative budget goals for your review and consideration. This presentation will include an overview of the critical projects list, from which we will select projects for potential state and federal funding, as well as an overview of the federal appropriations process. Today, we are recommending that your board receive and file this presentation on fiscal year 2024 federal legislative funding requests, approve the 2023 critical projects list and legislative budget goals, determine that the above actions are not a project under CEQA, and provide any direction as appropriate. So each year, the county's legislative representatives request major funding goals and critical capital projects for potential state and federal funding. In order to determine which projects we submit for funding, we compile a project list and identify top legislative budget goals that the Legislative Program Committee reviews and approves, so staff and our federal and state legislative advocates can determine the projects that are most viable options for submission. So typically, the county is limited to submittal of 5 to 10 projects at the federal level and 1 to 2 projects or initiatives at the state level for member requests. So before I hand it over to Mr. Gilchrist, I'd like to give a brief overview of how we create the project list. So we work with various departments to identify critical county capital projects. We review and identify those projects that are adopted in the legislative platform and identify projects from the CIP, some unfunded projects. So above, there's a couple of the departments that we work with to compile the project list. Generally, those projects that are on the list, while they range in estimated cost, they're generally in the $1 to $2 million range. So this year, the lists were reviewed by the Legislative Program Committee on February 6th, and the committee's recommendations including adding additional projects, as well as focusing on projects that address climate and clean energy, water, and addressing homelessness. Since that meeting, we've worked with departments to add additional projects and have expanded the list, which is in your packet there. This will give staff and our legislative advocates additional options when we narrow down the projects for submittal. This year, we've identified 28 total projects in the categories you see there, and we have 4 budget goals that align with our legislative platform. So there's the projects on the list there, and now I'll hand it over to Mr. Gilchrist via Zoom, and he's going to discuss the appropriations process in a little bit more detail. So handing it over to Don.
Thank you. Chair Williams, members of the board, great to be able to have a chance to speak with you today. Don Gilchrist with Thomas Walters and Associates. I appreciate the opportunity to discuss potential project funding in the appropriations legislation. This year, representatives in the House and our senators will again have the opportunity to request project funding from the Appropriations Committee for projects to be included in the funding bills. The way this plays out each year is the Appropriations Committees issue guidance and deadlines for their process, and then our senators and our representative will have their own process and own deadlines. And so we work with them each year on the projects that they will submit to the committees. So on the Senate side, they are moving ahead much as they've done the last 2 years, although they moved up their deadlines unexpectedly. So we're in a bit of a hurry on the Senate side this year. The deadlines we're working with are for Senator Padilla, March 3rd, for Senator Feinstein, March 13th. And for Representative Carbajal, those deadlines are yet to be determined because the House Appropriations Committee is now controlled by Republicans, and they're revising their processes and their guidelines and their deadlines. And so a lot of this is yet to be determined on the House side. I'm using April 1st as my target date for House projects to give us a sense of what we're up against. I want to say that our local delegation will have a lot of projects that they will be sorting through. I expect that most of the local and regional governments in Representative Carbajal's congressional district will have some kind of request, or maybe even multiple requests for him to sort through, and other entities are currently allowed to submit projects as well, other than local and regional governments, as long as they're nonprofits. The Appropriations Committee vets these projects pretty carefully because they do not want any embarrassments or potential for abuse. They do not automatically approve the projects that are submitted to them by our local delegation. So we have to match up our projects with programs and their eligibilities very carefully. Not every federal program is earmarked, and the amount of funding can vary greatly from program to program. We see generally there is a typical amount of around $500,000 up to about $2 million that's available for these projects. I have to say that Representative Carbajal is great at pushing the boundaries and getting us as much funding as he can. So we are actually pretty aggressive in what we ask for within the boundaries of what the committees are indicating they would be willing to do. And the other thing I always want to mention is that some federal programs have cost share requirements. And in every case, when we submit a project, we have to be prepared to say how we would finish the project if they provided us the money, or perhaps they didn't provide us as much as we requested. How would we find the other funding? So those are some of the considerations for the process. If we advance to the next slide, please. The slide that shows the list of projects is a draft list that we put together for you to consider. These projects have been selected from the longer list that was provided to you as attachment A on this item. But the projects are targeted towards priority areas of clean energy, homelessness, transportation, economic vitality in disadvantaged communities, and water infrastructure. For the short list, we've tried to sort through the projects to make sure they have a viable path forward. We have to consider the program eligibilities. We have to consider the types of projects and the size of projects that the Appropriations Committee has been willing to do in the past over the last 2 years. And then we also looked to see how it lines up with the needs and the priorities of our local delegations so that we're working the best way we can with Senator Feinstein, Senator Padilla, and Representative Carbajal. The list before you is a draft, just to give you an idea of what we suggest focusing on, given the guidance that we have received through the board's adopted platform, through the Legislative Program Committee's prioritization, and a lot of input from county staff who do so much of the work on all of these types of things. We will be seeing that additional guidance from House Republicans soon. And that could have a big impact on what is possible to do, what we would recommend moving forward on. So I do think that having a list around this size is a great approach. It gives us a prioritized set of options to work with. And I'm not recommending that the county actually request every project on the list, but it does give us guidance to work with your county staff and your delegation to seek funding opportunities. So that's a very quick overview. I believe Jasmine has an additional slide, but I will continue to be available for further discussion or questions.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gilchrist. So that concludes our presentation today. We are open for any questions you may have, and I will turn it over to your board. Thank you.
Questions, comments from the board? I would only say that the Ledge Committee did not vet on a specific basis the projects. We did vet some of the criteria. So I would not say that this is ideal in that I think we probably have too much stuff out there. And when we don't pick our priorities, I suppose our legislators pick our priorities to some extent, which isn't the end of the world because Salute has been so diligent about getting us some funding on this. But I just want to say that is not the staff's issue. It's just the issue of the how fast the process has unfolded. Comments from the board? Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. I just first of all want to thank the Ledge Committee for the work that they've done on this to bring this to this point, and also for their work last year. I arguably was one of the most, I benefited one of the most last year with the prioritization of the York Library project and the very generous grant funds that we got there that is really starting to move that project along. And so this has been an excellent opportunity that I've seen, and especially with Congressman Carvajal's advocacy. You know, I owe him a ton of thanks for it, and I make sure I take an opportunity to thank him publicly whenever I get a chance, because you know, some of the people in my community aren't the Congressman's biggest fan, but you know, he continues to deliver for his constituents, no matter what side of the aisle they're on, and so I really want to make sure that I acknowledge that. With that, I did, not that I want to get asked for too much through this process. Our office over the next year is going to be working with the group Oasis, the Senior Center in Orchid, to continue to help them along making asks not only to the public and some private fundraising, but also to try to start making some asks at the state and federal level for funds that might be available for that project. So I'm not asking for it to be the highest priority by any means. I understand that there's a lot of other community priorities out there, and I don't want to over ask for one specific area. But I would like to elevate that project with that nonprofit onto our list as part of our legislative asks. I have some information that I've already provided to Jasmine on the project description. It would potentially serve significant amount of seniors, and I think that's part of what our mission is out here. It's also an ask for an unincorporated area. You know, a lot of these cities also make their own asks to our legislators. So when our unincorporated areas want to make an ask, that's us doing that on their behalf. And so that's one of the reasons why I want to elevate that project. I will be doing my own advocacy and pushing along as well, but to have it on the county's list would help me as well.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yeah, I would definitely second that. I mean, I think it services not only Orchid in the unincorporated community, but it's a perfect setup for, you know, like you said, I don't want to also kind of scuttle our projects by asking for projects. 99% of the people I represent are inside incorporated areas. So, you know, that's why I don't have anything up on this list where it looks like, you know, City of Guadalupe is doing an outstanding job of getting Congressman Carvajal's ear, and he's delivered in spades for them. So excellent work there. But the Oasis Senior Center also services many of the elderly that are in the city of Santa Maria. So I would wholeheartedly endorse that, and I think it'd be a great addition to our list.
Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, I just want to add my thanks to our congressman. He is a bulldog when it comes to getting money out there for us, and we're now, you know, in this position of being able to ask for more. And I appreciate the work of the committee. Question for the future for me: these are all capital projects. Do they have to be capital projects? Because I would just want to put forward this notion that when it comes to a lot of money coming into our district, coming into our county in the form of the Earned Income Tax Credit, $12 million roughly, we're missing a few $1 million on the table because people don't know about it. So just a little bit of outreach funding from the feds could go a long way to get us a few $1,000,000 more for the people that need it most. So I just was curious, as I look at the list, it's all kind of capital projects, but could at some point a small request for outreach funds for programs like earned income tax credit be eligible?
Yes, thank you Supervisor Capps for your question. So generally on the list, they're capital projects, but that doesn't exclude initiatives and other funding requests and the like. So we could definitely add something like that.
Excellent, thank you.
Is there any requests to speak?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have no requests to speak.
Is there comments or a motion? Supervisor Hartman.
Could we add a 13th project here?
I think we could. And I just remember I would just say, since I used to get some of these requests, not that the state had any money for member requests when I was a legislator, but usually most years we should have a smaller list than this, just so that our actual priorities get come to the fore. So I guess my feeling is it's a big enough list. I'm fine with adding another one, but let's just not kid ourselves that what that means is that it's going to be Salud and Senator Padilla that determine which project gets funded, not us.
And let me, OASIS isn't on our long list in Appendix A yet, is it?
No, it is not.
So maybe that's the place to start, at least getting it on the long list. If I remember Mr. Gilchrist, he said it's important to have a variety of projects because he'll be combing different departments and budgets to see what programs they fit within. So I think having this Appendix A available to look through is extremely helpful.
Chair Williams. Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Hartman. That's actually what I was looking for, was to get it onto our list for some advocacy. Then it can be referenced in other letters as they start to comb through these things. And so it just adds a little bit of additional support for their efforts.
Can I get a motion?
I'll make the motion to move forward with the recommended actions and the tentative proposed federal earmark request list with the addition of adding the OASIS project to our Appendix A of our list of projects that the county would be supporting through our Ledge Committee and efforts. Oh, and to add to potentially an initiative on the earned income tax credit to our Appendix A, or at least part of our list of advocacy.
Is there a second?
Yeah, I will second that. Thank you.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Let's do departmental item 4.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item 4 is from the General Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding approval of a ground lease and development agreement for the establishment of Dignity Moves Hope Village project at county-owned property 2131 Southside Parkway, Santa Maria, California. APN number 128-085-044. This project is located within the 4th District.
Terry, take it away. You know, they don't give you any easy stuff on your way to retirement, do they?
This is a fun one. This is great. Good morning, Chair Williams and members of the board. It's my pleasure to be here today to present to you the Hope Village project, which is a temporary interim supportive housing project within the Santa Maria Valley. Before I jump into the PowerPoint, we're going to show a short project video that's been provided by our partners.
Santa Barbara County is a microcosm for everything that's going on in California. How do you address homelessness in a fast and efficient manner, but that's also dignified? Dignity Moves is a big tent approach. It's partnering with key stakeholders that involves philanthropists, government, nonprofit, faith-based communities, volunteers, and businesses all coming together to provide a community approach. And by utilizing county-owned land that is temporarily borrowed for 3 years, we get the land for free, the county self-permitted in 7 days, which means from start to finish, we ordered the units and housed people in 9 months. And because the cost of construction is so low by factory-built housing units, the all-in cost was $50,000 a unit.
I never thought something like this would ever happen, you know? This place stands out once you know what it is about and everything.
You know, from being in my car for like 3 years, my goal to like be independent, you know, I needed the right people to be able to guide me in the right direction.
When Good Samaritan started the outreach to bring people in off the streets to live here, they started collecting names of who would want to live here and eventually had to cut the waiting list off at 150. Dignity Moves addresses the barriers that stops people experiencing homelessness from coming in off the streets. They do that by having their own unit that they can lock. Storage. They can bring in pets. They can bring in partners. And it's quiet and safe. By having their own private home, by having their own private shower and bathroom, by having laundry, they're able to return to a dignified life like we all live. With our partners in the Santa Barbara County government, we've identified 4 new sites that is underutilized or excess land that are great candidates to build more Dignity Moves units.
We're very excited to introduce the site where Hope Village will be built, a place where 91 folks will get off the street and find transitional housing for them to meet their needs.
The needs in northern Santa Barbara County to provide homeless services is great. We are the provider in Santa Maria, and we are full with wait lists. One of the biggest needs that we really have is to serve individuals that are chronically homeless, that have been unsheltered on the streets for a long period of time. So being able to have a project like Dignity Moves or Hope Village is going to really make a big difference in being able to not only do outreach for that population, but to be able to bring them indoors and finally provide services.
What we found is when we talk to people who are living on the streets, is they don't want to live in a situation where they feel like a warehouse person, but they want to have their own door. They want to have some dignity, where they can have privacy, they can have a chance to lock their door, keep their things safe, sleep without interruption.
And so being able to come in and close the door and rest and be able to have their own space really allows a special place for healing for them as they begin to connect to services and stabilize.
What's great about this location here is that we're surrounded by so many different services. We have the Department of Social Services right next door. We have a public health clinic. We have our Board of Supervisors looking out onto the new village. All of us here to support the people who end up living in our village and getting the help that they need to get off the streets.
Hope Village is going to include transitional age youth, which is TAY, and that population is ages 18 to 24. They're young adults that most of them are just coming out of the foster care system.
Fighting Back Santa Maria Valley, which I'm a partner of, we reach out to young people who are unhoused. And so we're very excited about this partnership here because the young people in our community don't have anything specifically for them other than one permanent supportive housing with 4 beds. And so what Hope Village will provide is an opportunity to say, hey, here is a door, here's a place for you to stay. We can get to know you, the needs that you have, get everything situated, and start looking for that next step, that next housing opportunity for you. And so what we're excited about is having those 91 people get off of the streets, out of the riverbed, out of the encampments, and into a home where they're safe, and then they're moving forward in their lives and finding a permanent supportive house.
When you take someone who's been unsheltered, and you bring them into a dignified, quiet, safe place, and you surround them with supportive services, you enable them to start to think about moving on to more permanent, stable housing. So if you can build units affordably, quickly, and get people off the streets, why is anyone living on the streets? Why are we allowing this to happen?
Okay, we're going to pull up the PowerPoint. Not that one. Let's go ahead and exit. Hold on just one sec. Thank you. Okay, I'll go ahead and jump into the PowerPoint. I'm going to restate some of the points that were in the actual video, but I think that gives you an incredible view of the vision for the project and projects coming forward. So as noted, Hope Village is a collaborative partnership among many of the folks that are very familiar to our board, Fighting Back, Dignity Health, Good Samaritan Shelter, and of course the County of Santa Barbara. Next slide. As noted, it is a temporary interim supportive housing project in the city of Santa Maria, directly across from our Betaravia campus, or within our Betaravia campus, actually. I mentioned the partners. We know that we need over 550 additional temporary beds within our county, and this is one of our next steps in whittling down that number and provided for much needed housing. The strategy is that we prioritize the placement of those individuals that are directly experiencing homelessness within the Santa Maria Valley. This is not a project that will bring in folks from South County, just as our South County project did not bring in folks from North County. This is targeted to fill the needs, the housing needs of the Santa Maria Valley. It's a private, public, and philanthropic partnership, which is incredibly innovative. Our first project of this nature was in Santa Barbara, where philanthropy and a number of community partners came to bear with the funding to make that project occur. Our strategy is that we maximize the utilization of land on a temporary basis. Previously a parking lot where employees previously parked over a series of years, and now using a vacant dirt lot across from our facility. It's a shorter-term strategy as we we continue to build the strategies to achieve more permanent supportive housing within the county. And then we recognize that congregate shelters, while they do a wonderful job within our system, are not the answer for everyone. Some folks need the more private type of room in order to thrive. Next. This is, again, just showing a number of our different documents and planning. We continue to refer to those 563 beds needed throughout the county. Next. Another shot. 563 beds. We have 140 of those temporary beds developed. In the pipeline is 123 beds, leaving a shortfall of 300, which we're aggressively working on. Next. In the video, we actually talked about how we reach out to folks and map out who will actually receive placement in one of the projects. This is from the 2022 PIC count. We don't have our mapping and our numbers in from 2023 yet, but we will very soon. This basically shows how Good Sam, our service provider, will be reaching out and mapping the areas in order to bring in those folks and ready them for project placement. That outreach and engagement won't begin for several months now, but technically they go out and actually map various areas of the area of the city and the Santa Maria Valley, the riverbeds as shown here, and then prioritize folks for placement. Next. The timeline, as was mentioned, we can be completed with construction. It says 6 months. We're hoping for 5. But typically, once the units are ready to go, it's about a 5-month construction time period. Our goal is that we're going to have 54 cabins for the homeless, specifically then 10 for transitional age youth, as was mentioned in the video. And 30 cabins in this particular project will be for recuperative care, those individuals exiting the hospital system in need of placement in order to not only heal, but then also to move to the next stage of their homeless journey throughout the project. So basically, they will navigate through that project so that they can continue their journey to permanent housing after they've met their recovery needs. The project will be in place, it's anticipated for 5 years on that particular site. The lease that is before you today is a 5-year lease. Similar projects, as we've mentioned, we do have what we call our flagship project at this point in time in downtown Santa Barbara on the Garden Street lot, and that in many ways gave us the ability to move forward with this particular project and capitalize on the many successes of that project. The features, this says 10%, that's an error. It should say 10 of the 30 respite units will have ensuite bathrooms to aid people in their recovery. And the other units will either be single or double occupancy so that couples can come into the village. As I previously mentioned, those in Santa Maria are of course prioritized for placement. Other amenities, in addition to the sleeping units, we have shared dining, bathroom, shower, laundry facilities, and a number of different offices for our case manager and for other services on site. We're very fortunate to be located right across from one of our primary service areas, the Betaravia site, with social services and public health, but we will in fact have many of those services on site as well. What will be built? This is just a shot of our downtown site, and we believe it will look very much like this. Our goal is that we're going to break down the barriers to housing, and that's how we provide for privacy. We believe that that's critical for folks to be able to have a private place to recover and work with individuals on their housing journey. Pets are welcome. This particular project is going to have a pet run, something that is not in South County. We just didn't have room, so we're going to attempt to do it here. Partners are welcome, as well as possessions. One of the key issues we have in housing folks is they don't necessarily want to leave their possessions, and they do carry a lot of things with them. This offers the opportunity for them to come into a unit, but it also offers on-site storage. The community is safe. Many folks, when we talk about these projects, ask about rules. They ask about the management plan. This is a safe community with guidelines. Our service provider, Good Sam, is very committed to running a very safe community, which is run on a series of rules so that people abide by. Residents agree to create an exit plan with their case managers. They agree to abide by the community rules. No violent behavior is tolerated. There are curfews. People may in fact leave the site for jobs and for other treatment or services, but there is a curfew. And no drug or alcohol use is permitted on site, of course. Next. Just a quick look at the location. The project site, if you can spotlight it on there, is the lower site bordering Southside Parkway. The entrance to the site is from Southside Parkway. Next. Just another look at the site on the bottom of your screen. The parcel, again, off of Southside Parkway. This is an overview of the design itself with parking and the actual entrance, as I mentioned, from Southside. The community areas, and then the 94 cabins. Let's go to the next slide. Here's another view. You can get a general feel for what the site may look like. On the planning side, this is being designed by Gensler Architect as part of their pro bono effort to assist Dignity Moves. They've been assisting us with all of our sites and assist Dignity Moves in much of their work. In terms of what the county is contributing to this effort, the land. Obviously, they're borrowing the land. And then in addition, several months ago, the board approved the use of ARPA monies towards this project. $1 million of that is going towards the capital. An additional $1 million is going to support the services. Other partnerships, we have a significant amount of philanthropic funding committed. The total project is $6.4 million. As I mentioned, $1 million of that in capital is coming from the county. $2 million of that is coming from Marion, Dignity Health, and the remainder is coming from philanthropy and community fundraising. I like to show this because it shows what we promised we would deliver at the Santa Barbara site and what was delivered. On the left is the architectural rendering, and on the right is the actual project itself. This is some of the design work that we have for the Dignity Moves project up north. As you can see, we have a nice entry feature design. We've been working with a local architect to advise Gensler so that we have the local look and feel of the community. We'll be having a lot of artwork in and around the site as well. And as you can see, this is one of the larger gathering areas actually inside of the facility. I just want to talk a little bit about community outreach and engagement. We have been working with the city of Santa Maria, informing them of this project since June of 2022. We also held a community meeting with the residents several weeks ago to talk about the project and address any questions they would have. We've met with business owners. A number of our partners have been meeting with business owners, as have Supervisor Lavanino and Supervisor Nelson quite extensively, really doing that outreach. Two of our partners, actually, Good Sam and Fighting Back, are at the Santa Maria Rotary right now, actually talking about the project. We also met with our employees who are working in and around the Betaravia Government Center to make sure they were aware of the project and addressing any of their questions. The outreach and engagement does not, however, stop there. We're continuing to work with individuals, make sure they're aware of the project. And then once the project is under construction and once it is built, as we did down south, we will have a point of contact in case there are any questions. We have a website that's developed that we'll link to. So in case there are any questions or concerns, businesses, residents will have a point person to get to answer any questions or address any concerns they may have. So the proposed actions or recommended actions before the board today is that you authorize the chair of the board to enter into the ground lease and temporary right of entry with Dignity Moves, and that also the Board of Supervisors execute the development management agreement for the site, which allows us to provide the funding and allows Dignity Moves to begin their work. I would like to thank County Council for all of their work on those two documents. They are foundational, and they'll kind of plow the way for our other projects going forward. So they spend an extensive amount of time working with us on getting those developed and nailed down for today's meeting. And also, I would be remiss if I did not mention, again, Supervisor Lavanino and Supervisor Nelson. Projects like this, staff does a lot of work, but it could not happen without the leadership of our board really modeling the way and being out front working with our communities on these projects. So very much appreciation to our board for all of your work in spearheading this and letting staff kind of maneuver in the background and then getting it to you today. So with that, that is our presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Questions for the board?
I've got one.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you. Just wanted to ask, get clarification on the point of contact, because I think that's going to be a pivotal thing moving forward, and I know we're going to refine this as we get there, but will that be a county individual or will that be a Dignity Moves person?
Both, actually. Jack Lorenz, who is here, he is typically our point of contact during construction. He's referred to on our website, and his number is broadly publicized. So he is typically the point of contact throughout construction. I was the point of contact throughout on the south, and I'll remain engaged in the projects, but we'll also have another key county person designated, and we'll make sure all of that information is out on the websites as well.
Okay, excellent.
And I should say, once we move to operations,
Yeah.
then we have Good Sam as the primary point of contact and the manager on site, as well as Sylvia Bernard.
Okay. I just think the more we make that readily accessible, that number, whether that's on the outside of the fence or if it's, wherever it is, that people that feel, I think that's one of the things that people were most scared about is, or worried about was, if there is a problem, how are they going to address it? I mean, we were very adamant that we will address it, and we were saying you can call us, but I think they need that 24/7 hotline where they can get a hold of somebody and make sure that a problem is addressed immediately. So.
Any other questions from the board? Supervisor Hartman.
Just wanted again to thank Supervisor Nelson and Lavanino for taking the heat and taking the leadership on this. I think that we've seen in Santa Barbara what a fabulous project it is. So we've pioneered it down here, and I think people in Santa Maria will be very pleased with what they experience up there as well.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, I have some comments, but do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, let's go to public comment, and if that's okay with you, Supervisor Capps.
Chair Williams and members of the board, we'll begin with Carlos Escobedo via Zoom.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, hello. My name is Carlos Escobedo. I'm City Council member of the City of Santa Maria for District 1. And I just wanted to say thank you to the Board of Supervisors, particularly to Supervisor Lebanino Nelson for their extensive efforts and to reach out the community. It's the homeless situation is just getting bigger and bigger. And in Santa Maria, constituents, business owners, they reach out to us and trying to find a solution. And I think this is an effort that can address this huge community concern. So I appreciate that we're going through and I say we because I believe that the city of San Maria should definitely partner with the county in this kind of issues. So I'm looking forward to see how the city of San Maria can better support the efforts of the county, and hopefully this project will bring some positive changes in Santa Maria and the Santa Maria Valley. Thank you.
And our final speaker, Kristen Cahoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I had just popped on in Sylvia's absence if anybody had any questions, but on the behalf of Good Sam, we appreciate all of your support and we're extremely excited about this project. This is my community as well in Santa Maria, and this is something that we've needed for so long. And I think that this is going to impact so many lives in a positive manner. And we've really seen how well it's working in Santa Barbara. We're very excited to partner with Dignity Moves and everyone to bring it to Santa Maria. So I'm here if you guys have any questions for Good Sam.
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have no further requests to speak.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you. It has been mentioned that Supervisor Lebanino and I have been out front on this for the last year as this project's been through its development. When I came on the board, my efforts to address homelessness has always been about the encampments. That's what I hear about the most. Encampments is not a safe place for the homeless to live in or for the community around them. And to me, this is the most acute need in the homeless continuum. I mean, obviously there's work to be done on housing affordability and moving people into either supportive housing or permanent housing. But the level of despair that exists on the streets needs to stop. And this project is going to go a long way towards that. A couple of features that I just really wanted to make sure that I talked about today was, first thing is that we've been working with the city of Santa Maria from day one. Some of you will recall a year ago or so when there was a talk about maybe purchasing the Motel 6 in Santa Maria, that caused a lot of angst between the city and the county and the community. And so we knew this time around that we weren't going to make the same mistake twice. So as soon as this idea was in concept, we went right to the city manager and the mayor and their planning department to begin the conversations with them and keeping them informed through the entire process. I know sometimes we wish that they were a little bit more engaged, but they've allowed us to continue to move forward. And so that's one of the reasons that we've got this project to this point. Nothing has been done behind closed doors. We have done extensive outreach. Steve and I are both on the radio every week, and we've been talking about this project openly. We have gotten our fair share of criticism, but it really has been most of the stuff that's unfounded. It's about fear. Every business owner that's been willing to sit down and meet with us has embraced the idea. We've also reached out to the youth sports leagues that practice adjacent to this area. And with the neighborhood and the HOA, we had a pretty robust public meeting. There's a lot of fear out there, but also what we're hearing from the community is that the problem already exists. They just don't know whether this will make it better or worse. And we've said that the onus is on us to prove that. And I'm excited about seeing this project move forward so that we can get that opportunity to prove that to the public. 94 units is a lot of units all at once. You guys saw the need in the Santa Maria Valley. We're looking at only maybe 150, a couple hundred that are in the encampments area. So we're gonna be able to make a big dent. These residents will only be there for up to 6 months to a year. So we really have an opportunity within 2 years to really address most of the encampments in the Santa Maria Valley. And that's a huge, huge opportunity for us. And I think everybody's gonna be watching. I think this is something that might be transformative, that people are gonna be looking at, not just in our county, but in our state and our country, if we're able to do the things that we hope we can here. Another big feature that's really important for the public to know is about these 30 respite beds. Often our hospitals, whether it's Cottage or it's Dignity Health, are housing some of our homeless that are unable to be returned to some other type of housing situation. They need additional care. So right now, 30 beds at our Marion Hospital are being occupied by people that could be exited to some lower level of care, and this is going to create that opportunity. And that's really going to be a net benefit for the entire community. That's going to help with waiting, emergency room waiting times, and with just bed availability, and hopefully will lower costs in the long run. Just a couple other things that I wanted to assure people of is, as it was mentioned earlier, that we're not going to be bringing people from other parts of the county here. I mean, we have plenty of problems here, and if I can steal Supervisor Lavanino's line, it's a Santa Maria solution to a Santa Maria problem.
I stole that from Terry.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is it trademarked? So it's something that I'm really excited about. The one thing that I do want to ask my colleagues for some support on, and one of the things that Steve and I have made it a commitment to the neighborhood on, is this was a 5-year commitment. I don't think any one community should have to shoulder the burden of the homelessness for the entire community as a whole. That's the temporary nature of this. And so, Steve and I have made the commitment to, if we're still here, I don't know, Steve will be in 5 years from now, to look at another location. I'd like to ask you guys to make that commitment today as well. I already have had a church reach out to me to be offered to be the next location if the city will let them. So we have those opportunities out there. I think that that's a model that we should be looking at throughout the community, is really bringing this around and having certain neighborhoods get a chance to address this problem. It shouldn't, the burden shouldn't fall on just a single community. I understand the concerns for those homeowners and those businesses to think that that might be something that might be permanent, is something that is a concern. And I think that it's a big enough community that we can address this in a more spread out fashion and spread the burden and the need. So those are my thoughts.
Supervisor Capps?
Thank you. I'm so excited about this project. I'm inspired. I'm excited. I'm just a little envious that you literally get to keep your eye on this, looking out your window, to supervisors. And I just want to thank the staff and thank all of the people that come together to make Dignity Moves work. It's an inspiring effort of grassroots and volunteers and donors, architects. It's pretty incredible to get to this stage. And I just appreciate the philosophy of sort of failing fast and realizing when mistakes are made that you switch gears. And so that gives me a lot of optimism that if there are bumps along this road, as we know there will be, you've addressed some of them, that people don't necessarily feel safe, they want to have a 24-hour number, that this group has the innovation to address them quickly. Already you've taken one of the most vexing issues facing not just our community, but pretty much every community in the United States, homelessness, and learn from the past. In the past, we've heard, oh, it's too expensive to create housing. It takes too long. Well, you've just proven that otherwise, right? And so it just gives me optimism that the challenges facing these projects will be corrected, and there'll be transparency around them. We'll be talking about them up here, and we'll be course correcting quickly. And that's what I've seen so far from Dignity Moves, and I look forward to this being in Santa Maria, and then hopefully in District 2 as well. And just on a side note, the fact that pets are allowed really is heartening. I just am a big believer and witness to the close link between mental health and one's pets. So thank you for that extra step and making that possible for people. Thank you.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I think, number one, I want to thank Terry. She's kind of pushed the praise over this way, but this would never have happened without her level of expertise, and the fact that our CEO charged Terry with this just shows the level of what our commitment is to fixing the problem, right? This isn't at a lower level staff. This is the top people in the county working on this. And so, Terry, if this is your swan song, we're going to do our best to make sure that it succeeds. So I really wanted to thank you. And I want to thank the community. I mean, they're going to hold us accountable. There's no doubt. If anybody was at that meeting, you know that those are very interested individuals, and they should be. I mean, what they're worried about is that the biggest commitment that they've made in their life, the biggest investment, is buying a house. And now all of a sudden, you've got some folks talking about they want to put a homeless, not encampment, a new village right next to them. And that scares them because they've seen what's happened other places where things fail and nobody cares. And the next thing you know, it's just run down. And so, I've tried to tell them as many times as I can that they have my commitment that we will be on top of this. And as Supervisor Cap says, things are going to happen. And I said at one meeting that if we brought in 94 Harvard graduates and put them in that area, there's going to be a problem. Just you can't put 100 people in there and not have anything change in the community. So something's going to change. But I think this is also emblematic of what this board is about, and that is challenging the status quo and saying that the status quo is not good enough anymore. I had some people tell me, well, one of the sayings is if you build it, they will come. It's going to draw people. And I'm saying, we haven't built it, and they are here. It's been ignored for a long time, and so we have to do something about it. So yesterday, just anecdotally, I was driving by. 2 blocks away from there is the Santa Maria Commerce Center on the south west corner of Betaravia and Miller, which is a block and a half away from this place. And because of the rain, a lot of the homeless were congregating in that area. And so the place that had the overhang was right in front of all these businesses. And so I noticed that there were outreach workers there 2 hours later trying to clean it up. But and get those people moved in the right direction. But the impacts are already there. So I just think it's incumbent upon us to do something. And I really appreciate the fact that we did this in Santa Maria before, so that we could actually bring the mayor of Santa Maria here and show her that this is what it looks like. It's a beautiful little place where some great things can happen. And just talking about the city of Santa Maria, I just want to say, it's I guess, who was it? Robin Thicke, who had Blurred Lines, the hit. That's kind of the way it is. It's like, this is a city. It's inside the city. And we could probably just say, well, this is a city problem, and you guys are going to have to deal with it. But those are our residents, too. Those are the people I represent. And so we're going to have to work together on this. The area where I'm looking for, I've reached out for, I think, a place where they could partner with us is maybe they have a ranger system where the Santa Maria Rangers, maybe a part-time individual that is just patrolling that area, that 5-block area more, when we find times that there's a little more need for that, maybe would help the neighbors out and the local businesses feel a little bit better about that. So I also want to let folks know this is not the county running this. This is a dream team of our community-based organizations, people that have proven that they can do this, and that's Good Samaritan, Fighting Back, Dignity Health, and Dignity Moves. And lastly, I want to say that I did hear from our employees when we had our employee meeting. I thought we had some excellent interaction, and mostly what they're concerned about, just like the homeowners, were security issues. But they're already talking about pre-existing. Most of them are talking about there are already security issues, and I want them to know, if they're watching today, that Bob and I are committed to broaching those with our CEO and talking about those during budget time, so that if additional security is needed in that area to make them feel safer, that that's a definite priority for us. So big day. We have been talking about this. If anybody says this is a secret in Santa Maria, it is not. I think somebody actually pitched a tent on the property. A homeless individual, I think, was trying to lay claim to being the first one there, but it's not open yet. But just to the community, one more time, I just want to say Bob and I and Terry and the rest of our partners are committed to making this work. And so it's not going to be from a lack of trying. It may fail, but it's not going to be from a lack of people putting 100% commitment to it. So historic day for the board.
Chair?
Yes, Mona.
Just since you're doing rounds of thank yous, and it takes a village, it takes a Hope Village. For the folks, there are a lot of other county staff. Obviously, Terry's been our fearless leader, which we which we've all thanked her and we appreciate, and Lindsay's her sidekick, but we have our BUL director in
General
the back
Services,
as well as General Services and CSD, so thank you to all of them for hanging in there. And I also want to thank you to Supervisor Hartman, because remember, we piloted something similar in Isla Vista, and even though I worked in homeless services for many years, I wasn't quite sure it was going to work, and it did. And so thank you for being the first to fearlessly pilot that in your district.
Thank you. And I just wanted to say Terry has shepherded all three of these projects, and it's been extraordinary.
And last thing, this is not her swan song. Don't say that. That makes me very nervous. She's
thought it
going to
was.
continue with us in some capacity to ensure this project gets done. So.
And may I, please, I wanted to mention General Services, Mona, so thank you very much. I know Julie and James are back there. Developing this type of lease and this type of agreement is very, very extensive, and they spend an inordinate amount of hours just making sure it's just right. So it's, as I mentioned, it's a foundation. So thank you very much to General Services and Patrick back there as well. They've been very helpful. There's a whole team that you don't see, as Mona mentioned, but it's really my honor to be representing all of them today. And this will be a wonderful project, so thank you.
Yeah, and I think it would be my honor to move the recommended actions A through D.
It'd be my honor to second that.
There is a motion and a second. I just wanted to add, it's pretty inspirational to be at a time, especially after going through a couple decades and as an elected official, where there's an awful lot of passing the buck, an awful lot of perfect being the enemy of the good in how to solve homelessness, to see the level of political courage. And I think you guys exhibited it a couple weeks ago, and we're seeing it in a lot of places. We're seeing it among some of the city council members in the city of Santa Barbara. Just more political courage to realize that our solutions are not perfect solutions, but they can make great progress with such an intractable human condition. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? We will be recessing to closed session. What do we have in store for us today?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. We have one item of existing litigation, and it's the Board of Supervisors sitting as the Board of Directors for the Santa Barbara County Flood Control and Water Conservation District. The case is Central Coast Water Authority versus Santa Barbara County Flood Control Water Conservation District. It's a Superior Court case. We also have conference with labor negotiators for Santa Barbara County Deputy Sheriff's Association and SEIU Local 620. The agency designated representatives are CEO Mona Miyasato and Human Resources Director Maria Elena de Guevara. And we have agendized public employee appointment, reappointment for General Services Director. However, your board took action in open session on that today, so we won't need to consider that in closed session. The time estimate is about 1 hour.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd like to reconvene this meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. County Council, can we get a report out of closed session, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The board met in closed session. One item of existing litigation, the board sitting as the Board of Directors for the Santa Barbara County Flood Control Water Conservation District. The case was CCWA versus County Flood Control. And also labor relations, the board met on two employee organizations, the Santa Barbara County Deputy Sheriff's Association and SEIU Local 620, and the board took no reportable action.
Great. Okay, so we are adjourning, and we will meet again on March 7th. Okay, thank you.